this right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your isn't right. Play this shit right here, resuscitate your pimpin' and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, just that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all. Not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when the time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike you out. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. See, that's the difference, nigga. The pimpin' mashin' for these riches, nigga. Nothing like you master magician niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals. Papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earned route. And working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scarred bitch. That's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless. Empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip, synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hoe hard. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Come on, pimpin', man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. Dig. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. What's happening with it? Y'all let me know if my audio sound cool. I think it should, and I think it does, but y'all let me know, man, if my mic sound nice. Y'all already know what to do, man. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button, you dig? Y'all already know my first order of business. Pimpin' got to hydrate his game, man. Got me an ice cold water. I don't even really like cold water no more, man. It's a trip. I'm so used to drinking room temperature water. When I get some ice cold love, I don't know, it don't hit the same, but Pimpin' ain't got a champagne flute on deck right now, but we still gonna hydrate this game though. Cheers to the game. Damn, I ain't did that in so long. Y'all ain't seen me do that in so long. I wonder when the last time y'all seen me take a bottle to the neck. I'm trying to think. It been a minute, but yeah, man, it's another beautiful day, another beautiful night. Life is good as long as you above ground. You inhaling and exhaling and you got blood flowing through your veins. Life is good. Life is great. Hold up. Move that like that. Okay. Bam. Yeah, life is great, man. Appreciate y'all once again tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. Again, wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button. The like button is not going to bite you. The like button is not going to knock you for the broad. The like button is not going to hurt you. You know? The like button is your friend. So embrace your friend, man, and hit that like button, man. Wipe your feet off at the door, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know, like I've talked about before, 2025, it's been a rough year in some ways, but then it's been a beautiful year in some ways too, right? And, you know, I've always been in the business of counting my blessings, but nowadays I find myself counting my blessings even more than ever, right? And within that, you know, I appreciate things. From the small things to the big things, I appreciate everything, right? And it's a trip what I see going on nowadays, man. And it only becomes worse and worse. It gets more and more. And that's the hating, man. Especially from people that call themselves participants in the game. It'd be a lot of hating going on. And it trips me out. And one thing that I believe fuels the hatred among people, I wouldn't even, well, it is kind of like hatred, but more specifically than hatred, it's just a lot of criticism going on. You know, criticism on the ism, criticism on the 304s. Just be a lot of criticism going on, man. And I guess you could say that's a form of hatred. But it don't be enough congratulating going on in the game, man. You know, we've always had haters. We've always had suckers. We've always had miserable people. We've always had every kind of person in the game. But it seems nowadays the majority of individuals just miserable. The majority of individuals are just, you know, haters and got criticism towards the ism and criticism towards the 304s. You know, criticisms towards people that really the only ones that, you know, gonna have love for you, the only ones that can relate to you, the only ones that can understand you, the only ones that's gonna really reach for you when you need it. People in the game. And one thing that prompted me to talk about this tonight, is, you know, a series of posts that I've seen and comment sections that I've seen, man. You know, just be so much criticism going on. And, you know, I seen one situation where it was a video of some veteran P's, celebrating, doing their thing, looking fly, having it their way, and it's a game related page that posted it, and supposedly game related people that is following this page that's in the comments. But man, you should have seen these comments, man. It's like you would think these people that's in the comments that call themselves participants in the game, they ain't never been fly a day in their life. They ain't never had a fly moment ever in their life. Because it's like, to see these veterans fly, enjoying their life, it seemed like it just bothers certain individuals, man. You could tell by the comments, man. And I bet you if you was to ask these individuals, they would swear up and down they big old pimping or big old 304 or whatever, And that says a lot about how much the game resonates with you. It says a lot about how much the spirit of the game is within you. Because me, man, when I see other participants of the game getting fly, shining, doing their thing, having it their way, enjoying life, being happy, and being happy with the people in their life, hey, man, I love to see that. I love to see that, man. And it makes me feel good, But I guess that's just the way things are nowadays, man. It's like the power of being able to comment just makes everybody feel like the biggest and the best and the most important critic. You just got to be a critic. You got to critique everything. You got to criticize everything that you see that has a comment section. It's rare that you see, congratulatory things in the game, in these comment sections. But yeah, man, it be tripping me out, man. All these people hating on the veterans, man. And they shining, they doing their thing. And so that's the veteran P's. Then it was another post I seen where it was, some young 304s having criticism towards the veteran 304s. Saying that if you a vet and you've been in the game, for decades or 10 or 20 years or whatever, and you're not doing better than me, you don't have nothing to tell me. You shouldn't be trying to tell me anything. And it tripped me out because these are the same chicks that be saying they don't want to be in the game by the age of 30. And they all going to be in the game by the age of 30 unless that's if they even survive to 30. Hopefully they do. But if they survive to 30, most likely they're going to be in the game and they probably going to be doing worse than what they are right now because, they ain't messing with actual pimping. They messing with boyfriends posing as pimping, which is about as pimpish as a monkey with pockets. Not pimpish at all, you dig? That's what a lot of these chicks might as well be messing with, man. They might as well be messing with monkeys with pockets, man. Because I know damn well that I could take a monkey, put some pockets on him, and put him in an area, where people in the game frequent. And I bet you this monkey could be just as much of a pimp as a lot of these dudes that call themselves they call themselves the pimping, man. For real, I could really take a monkey, man. It make me want to do that shit one day, man. I might have to I got to look into it, man. I don't know what it takes, what's the requirements to be able to buy a monkey, man. But I'm gonna have to look into that shit, man. I might have to get me a pet monkey, man, just to turn him into a pimp and see, how swell he do in the game. You dig? Because my pimping, the caliber of my game, I know I could work miracles, man, and that's one of them that I believe I could work, man. Because that just go to show you how much pimping or lack thereof a lot of these dudes be having that these chicks be messing with, man. I really believe I could take a monkey, man, and make him equivalent to a lot of these dudes, probably even better, because he getting laced by me. He getting the game from me. Oh man. I got motion say monkeys legal in Texas, P. Yeah. I don't know, man. I might have to move to Texas just to get me a monkey, man. And put him in the game. I might have to create him an Instagram page and all that. Create him a TikTok and all that. Oh, man. Teach him how to say, hey now, say now. But see, the only thing is, like, to compete with these dudes, some of the things that I would have to do with the monkey, they probably will consider it like animal abuse. Because first of all, the monkey gonna have to have some tattoos. He gotta have tattoos. Maybe I could put some fake tattoos on him and it won't be animal abuse because they not real. They like, it ain't gonna hurt him. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think I could probably put some fake tattoos. But we're gonna have to put some tattoos on the monkey for sure. If he wanna get some action with these young bras, man, we're gonna have to put some tattoos on him, man. Then we gotta put some dreads on him. He gonna have to have some dreads. So we're gonna put some fake tattoos on the monkey. We're gonna put some dreads on the monkey. What else? He don't have to like smoke it or drink it or do it, but he gonna have pockets on him, right? In his pockets, we gonna have to put some weed, some Percocets, some powder. We gonna have to have him a bottle of something. Casamigos. That's what all the chicks like, Casamigos. We gonna have to have a monkey with a bottle of Casamigos for sure. I'm gonna have to teach him how to drive. I don't think that's gonna be too hard. Teach him how to drive. Put him in like a Hellcat or something. That's these young chicks, they like them fast cars and sporty cars. You know what I mean? Put him in a Hellcat. Man, they gonna choose this monkey. He ain't even gotta really say nothing. Just think about that. A monkey with some pockets, some tattoos, some dreads. Oh, and some gold teeth. We're gonna put some gold teeth on him too, probably with a few diamonds in there. Diamonds and gold teeth. A Hellcat. Psst. Man, especially teach him how to do donuts on the blade. Oh my goodness. Just imagine a monkey with dreads and tattoos and gold teeth doing donuts on the blade in the Hellcat. Oh man, he gonna be on. He gonna be on. And messing with me, he gonna be smarter and have more game than a lot of these dudes. You know what I mean? So, right, double cup. He gonna have a double styrofoam cup for real. Yeah, he gonna have to have the double. We ain't even gotta put nothing. We can put like some something that's safe for monkeys to drink. You know what I mean? We don't want to put no actual lean in there. He's just gonna have a double styrofoam cup. Of course, obviously, water is safe to drink, but we want something with some color. I don't know if it's safe for monkeys to drink like orange juice or something, or what's Kool-Aid probably ain't good for monkeys. Cause I was thinking maybe we can make some purple Kool-Aid, some grape Kool-Aid. But that probably ain't good for a monkey though. It's probably bad for. I mean, Kool-Aid is bad for human beings, so I know Kool-Aid got to be bad for a monkey. But damn, what's something What's something with some color to it, man, that's safe for a monkey to drink? Maybe orange juice or cranberry. Probably cranberry juice. I think cranberry juice would be cool because cranberry juice kind of got some health benefits to it. I think cranberry juice is supposed to clean your system out or something. Even though a monkey system gonna be clean anyway, he ain't got to clean the system out. But I think cranberry juice would be safe for him though. So yeah, we're gonna have to get him a double cup, double styrofoam cup of some cranberry juice. But we gonna write lean on it though. So the bitches will think it's some lean in there. We gonna write lean on the we gonna have to write lean on the cup, man. So them bras will think it's some lean in there. Oh, we gotta get him a chain. He gotta have a chain, man. Damn, we gotta get his monkey a cold pimp name too. What's the monkey name gonna be? Mighty Joe the Ho Pro. Man, I'm so cold with this shit, man. That's gonna be the monkey name, man. Mighty Joe the Ho Pro, man. You dig? So we're gonna have to get him a chain to say Mighty Joe on it. You know what I mean? Mighty Joe the Ho Pro. We're gonna have to get him a chain with a fat medallion on it. You know what I mean? Man, this monkey gonna be on, man. He probably gonna be doing. He gonna knock a lot of people off for sure. And he ain't even really got to say much because his campaign is gonna be so cold. His campaign going just think about that. Okay, so we got a monkey with pockets. He got some pockets. You know what I mean? So bras could put the trap in there. And his pockets gonna have, all the party favors in there. The pills, the powder, the weed, backwoods. He gotta have some backwoods. He can't have no White Owls or swishers or none of that shit. He gotta have some backwoods or maybe some grabber leaves, either one. He got some tattoos, fake ones, of course. We ain't gonna put no real tattoos on the monkey, but he gonna have some tattoos, some dreads, some gold teeth. What was the other thing? Oh, the chain with the medallion on it. We gonna teach him how to drive. We gonna put him in the Hellcat, have him doing donuts on the blade. Man, this monkey gonna be on. He gonna mess around. I might have to get a jug from this monkey, man, because I could really see him like probably outdoing me, even though I'm gonna be the one lacing him. You know what I mean? He gonna be my product, but he might mess around and outdo me. You know what I mean? Because the monkey, he gonna be more like what they like. You know what I mean? Like Freeze boring. Freeze ain't got, all the party favors in his pocket. You know what I mean? I don't have pills and powder and weed and backwoods in my pockets. You know what I mean? So I'm going to be kind of boring to a lot of these chicks, but they see him, and then he going to have a double cup. You know what I mean? Freeze ain't got no double cup, man. So the monkey might mess around and outdo me. I might have to get a jug from this monkey once I set him up, put him on, and he start knocking and start checking big old traps. I might have to get a jug from this monkey, man. Oh man, for real. Oh man, let me stop though. Hold up. Palm, good looking with the $2 holla. Tell us about a time a 304 went off on you. 304 went off on me. Usually that's like, blank off on you. Tell us about a time a 304 blank off on you. Blank off on me. I think you talking about Isnef to the Isnay to the Jizny. To the Jizny to the Isney to the Disney. I think that's what you talking about. Is that what you talking about? But can the monkey knock you for the? Nah, the monkey ain't gonna be able to knock me because, see, we gonna have different types of game. Like the type of bras that I got. Like the monkey ain't gonna they ain't gonna the monkey ain't gonna appeal to them, and then the type of ones the monkey gonna have, I ain't gonna really appeal to them. You know what I mean? So we got me and the monkey. We gonna have two types of flavors, two different flavors. Yes, that word. Basically when a broad punked out on me. Man, that shit done happened so many times. I'm trying to think of like an interesting story when a broad punked out on me though. Man, that shit done happened so many times, man. That's like asking me like, man, Freeze, tell me about one time when you breathed. Tell me about one time, Freeze, when you tell us about a time when you did that before. Like like a broad punking out on me, man. Shit. Let me see, man. I'm trying to think of like a good, interesting story. I told this story before, but it's an interesting story, and I'm sure a lot of y'all haven't heard it, so I'll tell it again. But it was this one little broad that I had knocked in Orange County, right? This back in '07, and actually it's two broads that punked out on me in this story. So I had one broad in Vegas, and I had to go to court in California. So I went to California and I left the one little broad in Vegas on automatic. And she punked out on me while I was gone. I was only gone for like probably 2 days. I think I was gone for like 2 days. But the broad, in Vegas punked out on me, which I wasn't really mad about that because she was a piece of work, man. She's one of them ones that's gonna test you every day. She gonna test you just to see how far she could push you every day, which she wasn't pushing me far at all. You know what I mean? I'm pushing back every time. But anyway, so she punked out on me in Vegas, and I'm in California. I'm in Orange County, and I'm with my partner Julian J. Rest in peace, man. Damn, boy, all my partners is gone from back then, man. That shit crazy. But I'm with Julian J. We on Harbor Boulevard, and Julian and myself are in the little taco joint across the street from the Jack in the Box on Harbor and Hazard. There's an intersection, Harbor and Hazard. That's like, at the time, that was like where the heart of the blade was, on Harbor Boulevard in Orange County. And they had a little taco restaurant that stayed open till like 3 a.m. So, people, the pimping would always go up in and out of there. The 304s always going in and out of there, right? So me and Julian sitting there kicking it. And this one little broad come in there, little white girl, and she like super loose, right? So I say something to her, she get right out of pocket immediately, right? And then, behind her comes a little black chick who come to find out was her wifey, right? So to fast forward, me and Julian end up moving both of them. We end up getting both of them in the car. So Julian is driving, I'm riding with Julian, and we get both of the broads in the car. Now, Julian had shot his shot at the little black chick while I was shooting my shot at the white girl, and they both said that they wanted to choose. So when we in the car, the white girl, she was kind of like the leader between the two. And the white girl was like, "Bitch, what you gonna do? Because I already know what I'm about to do." And the little black girl, she was like kind of scared and kind of timid. You know what I mean? She was like, "I'm gonna just go. I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna go." She was like, all right. So the little black broad, she got out the car, got on. Little white girl, broke herself. And I ended up, serving her peoples. And he was cool as hell. You know what I mean? He was real smooth. That was one of the smoothest knockings that I done had some smooth knockings, man. Most of the time, I don't really have like too many problems, man. I done had some, but this was one of them knockings, man, where dude kept a real player, man. He was smooth as hell. We pulled up, met at the AMPM. He gave me all her belongings. You know what I mean? We chopped it up for a few minutes, parted ways. I never seen or heard of him ever again after that. You know what I mean? But he was cool as hell, cat from the Bay Area, right? So, and Tyler, good looking with the $2 holla. Much appreciated as always, man. But yeah, so me and the little white girl, I think we stayed in Orange County for like another day. She got some more money. Then we went to Vegas, right? Now, the cold thing about this story with this white girl is we had an encounter with each other before, probably like 3 or 4 months prior to me knocking her. And I didn't recognize her, but she knew. That's probably why she chose me so eagerly and so quickly. Like, she had her mind made up when she seen me in that little taco spot, right? But I'm not really knowing at the time, right? All I had to do was say, hello or anything, you know what I mean? And she was going to go. She already had her mind made up because she remembered me. I didn't remember her because her hair was different. Like, her hair was naturally kind of like curly, I guess you could say. But when I had seen her the months before in Vegas, her hair was like straight. She had her hair like flat iron, right? So that's why I didn't recognize her until she reminded me when we was in Vegas. And by this time, I already had her for a few days. And I'm like, damn. So what happened a few months prior, she was super out of pocket that day too. We was in the little corner area in front of Bill's. We was in front of Bill's, which is the Cromwell now. But back then it was Bill's. We in front of Bill's. It's top of the morning. Damn. I'm with Sinful. I'm with One Mo, rest in peace. One Mo gone now too. That shit crazy. And the young partner Money and Bubba Velli. So it's Sinful, it's One Mo, it's Bubba Velli, and it's Money and myself. We all kicking it right there by Bill's, right? And the little broad come through there, and she being super loose. And she was trying to get me in particular, out of everybody, she was trying to get me to sweat her. But, I'm like being super pimpish. I'm like too pimpish to like, I was just being too damn pimpish for my own good. Really on some like stupid shit, right? But she was really trying to get my attention, and she kept walking past super loose, right? So Velli, he get right on her, you know what I mean? Velli sweating the shit out of her, you know what I mean? He cornering her, boxing her in, you know what I mean? That's why I be tripping off of people that say like, man, these dudes nowadays, they be too aggressive. They like this and like that. Hey, man, what don't work for some, work for others. And, it's never been my style to like get aggressive and like box a bitch in and all that type of shit. But this is one of several instances where I've seen a guy come up like that. So Velli, he like all in her face. He bumping up against her. He like cornering her in. But she's liking it though. She's smiling the whole time. She like being super, super out of pocket, But the whole time she's still trying to get me to sweat her while Velli is sweating her. You know what I mean? So especially when Velli got on her, I like in some cases when we playing good pimp, bad pimp, you know what I mean? Like I'll get involved, but a lot of times, like when somebody is like in hot pursuit, I feel like that's stepping on. I didn't want to step on Veli's toes, you know what I mean? Because he was like super in hot pursuit. But Veli ended up coming up with her, right? Veli ended up knocking her that day. But that was my first encounter with her, first time I seen her. And even One Mo was telling me, man, One Mo was older than us. And, me and Sinful, we young in the game at the time. And One Mo, he was like the veteran around us at the time. And One Mo was telling me, he was like, Freeze, man, you bullshit, man. That's supposed to be your next 304, man. She really came over here to get your attention, man. Like, everybody could see it, man. Like, you sitting here acting all too pimpish and everything. Like, One Mo was just giving it to me in the raw, you know what I mean? He was keeping it real with me, man. He was like, man, you playing, man. That little cute little white girl, man, that's supposed to be your next 304, man. But you playing. And it's crazy how the game worked out, because fast forward a few months later, I end up knocking her in Orange County. But like that, I say all that to say that was the first encounter that we had. And then when I knocked her in Orange County, I didn't even recognize her because her hair was different. And so fast forward, we get to Vegas, and I probably had her for like a week, right? Or no, I think the first time, because as you're going to see in this story, I ended up having her several times, right? But the first time, I think I might have had her for like 2 weeks, right? But what I shortly came to find out is that this broad was about to put me into a pimp triangle that she was going between, right? Now, rewind back to the few months prior when Veli knocked her. When Veli knocked her, he knocked her from Spike. You know what I mean? And Spike had her first. So Veli knocked her from Spike. So she had all three of us in this little triangle, right? So oh man, so oh man. So she ends up blowing up, right? The first time. Veli calls me. He like, yeah, P, man, I just want to let you know, man, the broad that came on back home, man. She done came back over here where she belong, man. Wooty wooty whoop. I'm like, okay, dig that, wooty whoop. So that was the first time she blew, right? Then, probably not even 48 hours. I might be being too nice with the 48. It probably wasn't even 24 hours. It definitely wasn't 48 hours though. But she get back on my line. And at this point, I'm finding out quickly that she thinks she finna play with me, right? And even though I'm young and green in the game, I had this much sense, like to not allow her to play with me, and to see how serious she was, even though she really wasn't that serious. Maybe she was a glutton for punishment and just, enjoyed the consequences or whatever. But she get back on my line. She like, yeah, I'm trying to come back to you, Freeze, wooty wooty whoop. I made a mistake. I'm like, well, if you're going to come back over here, you already know you're going to have a respectable trap. And we're going to give you the Jenny Jones makeover too. It's definitely going to be a makeover, you know what I mean? It's going to be the Jenny Jones, you know what I mean, makeover, you dig? So she come back. She got the trap. It's respectable. And we give her the makeover. And then we carry on. So not even another week later, she goes back to Spike. And if I remember correctly, I don't think Spike called me, which I wasn't tripping, but if I remember, I don't think he called me. And he might not have called me because she might not have said where she came from. She might have lied to him. I don't know. But if I remember, I don't. For some reason, I don't remember Spike calling me when he got the broad. But a day or two after that, she calls me again. She back on my line again. I say, you already know the routine by now. It's the same thing. So we go through the same routine again. Trap, makeover, and we right back to it. You know what I mean? Now, and it's funny because it was around this time of year. It was around this time of year when this was going on, man, because damn, I'm tripping. I think I had her longer than I thought. I don't know why it seemed like I didn't have her that long. I mean, it wasn't really that long, but I think I had her for like a couple months. But yeah, because I'm just thinking about the timeline of when I went to Cali, and then, you know, when was the last time I had her. So like I said, she come back. Then, you know what I mean, we go through this a few times where she goes back to Veli, then come back to me, then goes back to Spike, and then comes back to me. But the only thing was, and that's the thing about it, these dudes is older than me and they've been in the game longer than me. You know what I mean? Much respect to both of them. But I ain't going to say too much, but I'm going to say that, you know, we was handling things differently. They was handling things quite a bit differently than the way I was handling things. You know what I mean? I'll just say that. But, yeah, man, so fast forward to New Year's. It's New Year's Eve. And, you know, she out there. And, you know, she was playing with Spike. So Spike was about to give her the Jenny Jones makeover right there on the strip. You know what I mean? And I come up and I see what's going on. And I just leave them to it. I'm like, hey, man, you know what, man? Y'all got it. And I just let them have it. You know what I mean? So Spike probably did end up giving her the Jenny Jones makeover. I don't know, because I didn't stick around to see. I just like let them have it. You know, I just left. You know what I mean? Because, hey, this is what you like to do. You know what I mean? So I remember she would get back on my line. Like after that, I think she got back on my line a few days later, but this time I didn't. I think I put like a big charge on her head. I can't remember what the charge was, but I put like a kind of hefty charge on her head this time, because I was like, you know, we ain't finna just keep doing this every time, and you know, the regular routine, even though it's a consequence, it ain't enough of a consequence because you still playing. So yeah, we gonna have to put this this charge over your head a little higher in the sky. So that's what I did. I raised the charge up a little bit on her, and she would call me at different times. Like, I remember a couple weeks after that, probably like the middle of January, she called me and she was like, I think she had like 1,500 or something like that. And, you know, that's one thing about the game, right? When you say something, you gotta stick with what you say. You, especially when you're dealing with 304s, man, you cannot go back on your word. Whatever you say it is, you have to stand on it, because respect is gonna be lost if you don't stand on what you're saying. And the respect is bigger than any trap. The respect is bigger than how much you like the bitch. You know, how cool she is and all that shit or whatever. Like the respect is bigger than all of that, because at the end of that situation, I know for sure that she definitely respected me. I can't speak for nobody else, but me, I know she respected me. So, like I said, a couple weeks later, the first time she called me, I think she had she had 1,500. I wouldn't break her. I wouldn't meet her. I wouldn't do nothing with her. Then, like a couple weeks after that, she called me and she had like 2,400. And I still wouldn't break her because it wasn't what I said it had to be. And I know what she's capable of. See, that's another thing too, right? When you put a charge on a broad's head, the charge has to fit the broad. You know what I mean? Now, a broad is like a few $100s here and there. You know what I mean? It's this, bird feeding you, pimping, and she more of a headache than a benefit and all that type of shit, man. You can't tell a broad like that, like, yeah, bitch, don't call me back until you got 50,000. Like she's like En Vogue said back in the day, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. She's never gonna get it, man. Turn to your neighbor, man, and say she's never gonna get it. So you have to the charging has to be appropriate to the broad, right? And the charge that I put on this broad was appropriate in a way that, she would really have to apply some effort to get it, but at the same time, it wasn't beyond reach. I know she was capable of it. So when she didn't get it, I just figured she wasn't as serious about me as she needed to be. So that was that. But yeah, that's a situation where a broad fees niz agged off on me. You dig? And that's how I handled that. But yeah, man, I learned a lot from that experience though. I would never do that again. I would never let a chick, blow up on me, go with somebody for a day or two, and then come back with just like the average, what for her is average trap, if her average trap is 2,000 or if it's 1,000 or 1,500 or whatever it is, whatever her average trap is, for her to be able to go play around with some dude. And I think that's what it was, now I ain't gonna sit here and lie, you know what I mean? I was having my fun with that white girl. We was having fun for sure. Turn to your neighbor and say we was having fun, We was having fun, but I think with each one of those guys, the fun was on another level than me. I ain't gonna sit here in front to you, man. I'm real vanilla in the bedroom, man. I'm super vanilla in the bedroom. Like I ain't doing what I do well, but there's a lot of stuff I don't do. You know what I mean? And a lot of the things that I don't do, other people do. And I think that's what it was. That's why she would go back over there. It's like whenever she had to scratch that itch, she'll go over here. And then, after she scratched the itch, go over there. She get the itch again. She like, you know what? I'm going to go over here this time. And then she'll just do that. So, and I think, I know she enjoyed the fun that we had, because, we had fun. But like I said, that's what I think it wasn't really so much. And then that was another thing too. I think she liked the way that I was pimping on her. As green as I was, I think she liked the way I was pimping on her. And that was another thing that had her coming back. I ain't gonna say she didn't like the way that they was pimping on her, but I know just me knowing what I know, like I know she liked the fun. Not saying that she didn't go back over there for some pimping, but she definitely went back over there for some fun. Because again, like I said, I'm vanilla, man, you know. And not to say like that they like some super freaks or anything like that, but let's just say, you know, they do a little, they have fun in different ways than what I have fun. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that's what that was. But yeah, man. Man, just in that little story, man. 3 of my partners is gone, man. Of course, Sinful to P, Julian J, and one more. Julian J is from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Long live Julian J. And one more was out of that East Oakland, man. Long live one more. Yeah, man, that was the good old days, man. There was some good times back then, man. Vegas was so much fun. From what I hear, you know, I ain't been to Vegas in about a year and a half. Yeah, I think it's been about a year and a half since I've been to Vegas. I ain't been to Vegas this year. No, I haven't been to Vegas this year. I don't know why I feel like I have, but I know I haven't. I'm trying to think. Nah, I ain't been to Vegas this year. So it's been about a year and a half since I've been to Vegas, man. But I be hearing that it's a lot different than it used to be. Just within the past year, it's become a lot different. Palm, once again, good looking with the $2 holla. Is a strawberry 304, or is a strawberry a 304 who does it for, yeah, for the, you know, the substances, the party favors. Yeah, that's pretty much a strawberry, you know. That's a term that a lot of older cats, you know, probably my generation and older use. You don't really hear the strawberry terminology too much no more. And I think that's more of like a West Coast term. I could be wrong, but I don't recall ever really hearing people outside of the West Coast using that terminology as far as in other regions and things like that. But yeah, that's pretty much what the strawberry is. You know, Ice Cube told y'all that in the NWA days. Strawberry is the neighborhood. You dig? But yeah, man. But yeah, you know, getting back to this game that we never left, you dig?
But getting back to this game that I never left.
That we never left. Yeah, man. I'll be tripping off of, you know, these younger people in the game, you know, having so much criticism towards the veterans. You know, now, you know, 304s, the females in the game, you know, they always gonna be catty. It's gonna be some catty ones. It's gonna be some ones that, you know, talk mess and pop it and all that type of stuff. But for the guys in the game, I be tripping out how the guys in the game be having so much criticism for the veteranism. You know, like assessing a veteran's pimping by his circumstance, by what he currently has. And what they don't understand is like, one, first of all, there's so much that you could learn from a veteran. You know, some reputable veteran pimping. Even if he down bad right now, there's so much that you could learn from a veteran, a valid veteran pimp, right? It's so much game that you can soak up. And not just that, but if you're judging a veteran pimp by his current circumstance, then you sorely mistaken. Because there's some veteran P's that I know personally right now are not in the best situation. But man, if you could have seen them in their heyday, man, you know, some of these guys that ain't really doing good right now, they have checked it on astronomical levels. And they actually pimped for it. They didn't make deals for it. They didn't compromise for it. They actually pimped for it. And pimped big for it. And pimped hard for it. And, you know, it tripped me out to see, you know, like I said, some of these younger dudes whose pants be hanging off their ass. And, you know, it amazes me how they pants be, you know, staying where they have them without falling down. But nonetheless, you know, high as hell, can't spell, you know, and making deals, dealing with girlfriends, got slashes on their ass like a zebra. They pimp, slash this, slash that. You know, but yeah, it tripped me out how they be having so much criticism for the ism, man. You know, and even see me when I was younger in the game, and even now, you know, I love chopping it up with veterans that were active before my time, you know, in the 70s and 80s and shit like that, because even if not for the sake of soaking up game or learning anything, it inspires me. It fires me up when I hear certain stories about the veterans and what they was doing in the 70s and the 80s and you know, even the 90s. That shit fires me up when I hear them stories, man. Like, I done heard some crazy stories, some luxurious stories, some wild stories, but all of that shit fires me up when I hear them veterans talk about, you know, what they had going on back in their day, man. And, you know, a lot of times they don't be in the best position. And everybody just act like they got it so figured out right now. And then that's another thing too. You know, people, and it's sad because people in the game got it the worst, right? As far as this go. But it's a lot of criticism towards, you know, not just veteran P's, but veteran 304s as well, right? Where, you know, you have younger people in the game that'll say things like, oh man, you done had all this money in your time, you done had this much money, you done checked it like this and checked it like that. Why you didn't invest no money? Why you just, how you leaking right now? You done checked millions in the game over throughout your time in the game. How you leaking right now? Or how you just like, you know, you doing all right. You got an okay car, you live in an okay spot, but like, how come you ain't rich? They be tripping me out. You know what I mean? Or, you know, they'll just talk about like why you ain't did this with the money and why you ain't did that with the money. But you notice how they don't say that about squares? You know, people like in the music industry, for instance, right? Or actors or athletes. A lot of them were rich at one point in time and are no longer rich. A lot of them. But, you know, it ain't the same type of criticism for them as it is for people in the game. But life happens to us just like it happens to them. And, you know, a lot of people unfortunately got to learn the hard way. Because most of us come from families that are not, you know, financially literate. Most of us come from families that, you know, are struggling. I'm talking about people, you know, black folks or just minorities, period, you know. Most of us come from, you know, backgrounds that ain't, that are not savvy when it comes to handling a whole lot of money, right? So a lot of us, like a lot of us in the game, we touch a lot of money for the first time and we don't know how to act. Same thing with an athlete or a musician or an actor when they get that first big check and they ain't never had that much money before, they don't know how to act. Now, some people, you know, they're blessed with the opportunity to bounce back. Like Shaq, I remember I seen a clip from an interview with Shaq a little while ago where he was talking about his first millions that he had in the NBA. He blew that shit. I think it was like 7 million or 8 million or something like that. He just ran through that shit like it wasn't like, you know, he didn't understand how he did it. He just like ran through that shit. I can't remember what he bought. I think he bought some houses or a house and some cars or something like that. But he was just like acting a fool with the money and then he just ran through it. But then, you know, he learned from that. And now you see where Shaq is now financially, like beyond straight, right? And the same thing with the game. You have some individuals in the game that come across a lot of money for the first time. They run through it, but then they learn from it and they get some more game on how to, you know, better handle money, and they end up being cool. Right? But that's just life though, man. And what a lot of young people don't understand is a lot of y'all are going to be the same way. It's just a fact. It's just probability. It's the law of averages. A lot of y'all that's talking shit about veterans that's leaking right now, you're going to end up the same way. Or not even leaking, but just, you know, just living day to day. A lot of y'all going to end up the same way. That's just life. You know, at least the veterans can say they lived. You know, at least they could say that they did it like this, they did it like that. You know what I mean? They was able to drive whatever cars they wanted to drive. They was able to dress however they wanted to dress. They was able to live in the home that they wanted to live in, that they dreamed about. Even though they might not have none of that stuff right now, at least they could say that they did it. And now they might be living day to day, whatever the case may be. Hey, man. And that's the thing, too. A lot of people don't make it. A lot of people ain't here no more. A lot of people passed away. So, you know, while you talking shit about veterans and what they don't have and what they ain't doing, just hope that you get to at least live as long as they have. Because tomorrow ain't promised to nobody. So just hope and pray that you get to live as long as they have. You know, because they done seen a lot and done a lot. And me, like I said, I appreciate that. You know, I love chopping it up with veterans, you know, that's 20 and 30 years older than me. You know, that shit fires me up. For real. The Wizard, good looking with the $2 holla. I know they had an award waiting for you at the 50th. The 50th what? You talking about the 50? Was it the 50th Players Ball or something? If that's what you're talking about, I wasn't made aware of it, but no disrespect to anybody, man. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness, being thought of, but anybody who know me, man, I ain't really like a players ball type of individual, man. It just ain't really my scene, man. It ain't my thing. But T stay on. I ain't mad at it. I'm guessing you must have been there, or unless you heard that from somebody else might have told you. Bishop 50th players ball. They say it's the last. Oh, okay. Shit, it's funny that they said they had an award for me, but didn't nobody let me know. But hey, I don't know. Like I said, I ain't mad at it though. But that ain't really my thing. And then, man, I just got to be 100, man, when it comes to the awards and trophies and things like that. There are some guys that have accepted trophies that I would have been offended by. Like, they had one trophy, man. I can't remember who they gave it to, man, but I think it was something like the Down for Whatever trophy or something like that, man. Down for Whatever award. I was like, man, I'd have been so pissed off. I'd have talked so much shit if somebody tried to hand me a Down for Whatever trophy, man. Like, what? Down for Whatever trophy? Are you serious? And then Mac of the Year. Let me stop, man. Nah, Mac of the Year, I guess that's cool, man. Be a cool Mac of the Year, you dig? Ain't nothing wrong being Mac of the Year. It ain't Pimp of the Year, but hey, you know what I mean? You could be Mac of the Year, you dig? Oh, man, y'all know I'm an asshole, man. If you know, you know. If you don't, hey, you'll be all right. Mac Jew, good looking with the $2 holla. Have you heard of Parlay P? Seems he doing it nice. Parlay P, nah. The name don't ring a bell. Not saying I haven't heard of him or met him or anything like that. It's possible, but just off that name, I can't. It ain't ringing a bell. It ain't registering right now. Support for the friends, you know what I'm talking about, man. Oh, man. Y'all know I'm an asshole, man. Y'all know I'm stupid. Almost P of the Year awards. Yeah, man. I can't do all that, man. And I guess that's cool. The trophies and awards and things like that, but it's a lot of cats who ain't never got no trophy, man, and did some hell of a pimping. For real. It's It's a lot of cats who done did some amazing things in the game that ain't never got a trophy before. So that's cool. And then there's so many people. I mean, it's on one hand, it's not like a whole lot of real actual pimps, but then on the other hand, it kind of is. It's kind of hard to explain. But you got certain cats that just be to theyself, man. They don't do a lot of mingling, man, but they really straight lace stomp down stand up pimps. You know, doing their thing, having it their way, but they don't really be in the mix like that. They don't really rub a lot of elbows with people. But, you know, people know who they are. Some people know who they are. You got some veterans, man, that a lot of young cats that's active right now don't know and ain't never heard of. And, you know, when they was younger, they was in the mix and they was out and they was, you know, mingling with everybody. But now, you know, they got their program set and they just stick to themselves. And they having it their way. And, you know, certain younger individuals in the game ain't never heard of them. Right? So yeah, man. But like I said, man, teach they own. I ain't mad at it. It's cool. Bishop's still doing his thing. Victorious, good looking with the $5 holla. You know I can't sing now. I got 5 on it like Simple. But good looking though. Do you sell advertising spots on your channels? Advertising spots, like I'm thinking you talking about like sponsorships. I haven't done that yet. I probably would. But it'd have to be, you know, the right type of, I guess the right type of product or service, you know, because I wouldn't want to promote anything just for the sake of money, right? It would have to be something fitting, you know, like for instance, I ain't going to promote an alcohol brand because I don't drink. You know, I'm not going to promote a weed strand because I don't smoke. You know, things like that. It would have to be something fitting. If I were to do that. Not saying I wouldn't ever do it. I probably would. I haven't done it yet, but I probably would. But it would have to be, you know, something fitting. Reading these comments. Right. That's real talk. In the streets say, every day you open your eyes is another day to uplift your life thanks to our Father on the Most High. You dig. That's real talk. Pisces Hayes, what's going on? I see you. Oh, look at you with your morals. Hey, Freeze, hope you're well. I appreciate you as always. Thank you. But yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know. You know, I've never been the type of person to just do things just for the sake of money. Now, I do things knowing that I'm going to get some money, you know. Obviously, you dig. But I don't do things just for the sake of money. Like, money is the biggest determining factor. Nah. You know, and some would probably say that I've missed out on certain things because I wouldn't accept certain individuals just because of how much money they had or whatever the case may be. But I'm still here, right? I believe that I've dodged a lot of bullets because I wouldn't accept certain things or certain individuals just for the sake of some money. It's always going to take more than just some money to get next to me or to get me to be down with you or be down with it or, to get my cooperation, my participation. It's going to always take more than just some money for that. Got to stand for something. And I know what I'm standing for. You dig? You back in the States? Yeah, I'm back in the States, man. Freeze, any advice? I used to work out damn near every day, 6-7 days a week. Then recently got a bulged disc causing a pinched nerve in my back. I'm injured and can't move like I did before. Man, I hate to hear that, man. Because I know what it's like when you got an injury, man, and you can't do what you want to do. I've never had that problem before. A bulging disc and a pinched nerve. I know some people that have had that problem, but I've never had it, so I can't really say from experience like what to do in that situation. I don't know if you would need to go to a chiropractor about that. I don't know if a chiropractor is the right doctor to see about that. I'm not sure. Man, I hate to hear that though. Victoria says, I have a fundraising consulting company. We're hiring and looking for nonprofits to help. Oh, okay. That's dope. See, that's something cool. You dig? That's I can dig that. I dig it, Freeze. That's how I feel. Made enough mail at this point. I'm set for life. That's what's up. I love to hear that. You dig? Surgery. Ty say you're going to need surgery. That's kind of what it sounds like. But, It's crazy. Speaking of surgery, man, they talking about, I just keep hearing more and more people talk about how these humanoid robots are going to be able to do surgery like 100 times or 1,000 times like better than any human being. So I guess they predicting that, doctors is going to be one of the professions, or surgeons at least, is going to be one of the professions that get replaced by AI. But that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of crazy, man. Like, just me, right? I don't know if I would be comfortable with a robot performing surgery on me. Right? Because a robot might know all the technical, things to do when it comes to a surgery and all that. But when it's another human being operating on you, and the right human being, because I'm sure there's some doctors out there that do some fucked up shit in surgeries on people. But I think a human being is going to be they're going to have consideration and compassion because they operating on another human being as opposed to a machine, a robot that don't have no feelings, no nerves, no emotions, operating on you, especially something like a heart surgery or a kidney transplant or something like that. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if hopefully I don't ever in my lifetime have to deal with no surgery or anything like that again. But man, if I ever do, hopefully I don't live to see the day where all the surgeons is replaced by robots. I ain't ready for that. I ain't gonna never be ready for that. I'm cool. Give me a human being, man. Hopefully they keep human surgeons for that. You know, I don't know. It's just certain things, and I know, you know, they saying that, you know, it's a lot of talks about that too. I guess you have AI and then you have AGI. And the AGI is supposed to be like the super intelligent, you know, version of AI where, you know, it's going to be smarter than human beings and it's going to be able to evolve itself and upgrade itself and become smarter. And, you know, it's a lot of shit to it, man. But I just think certain jobs should be for human beings. And then, you know, it's a lot of jobs that, like, if they replace all these human beings with robots for so many different positions, man, the world gonna go crazy because there's gonna be a lot of people out of work. You know, just think about cashiers or, you know, drivers like Uber drivers. Now they got these, you know, these Waymos. Just imagine if it came a time where all the rideshare rides are self-driving cars. They done already moved taxi drivers out the way. Just imagine how hurt the taxi drivers was when Uber and Lyft came around. Now they got these self-driving rideshare cars. Just imagine how hurt the Uber and Lyft drivers gonna be if a time comes where all the rideshare cars are self-driving. They already, you know, at least from what I hear, people that I've known that drive Uber and Lyft, especially from the early days, I know the money was way different in the early days, like 2017, 18. Back then, the type of money that Uber and Lyft drivers was making compared to now, I know it's way different. But, and then even like DoorDash, you know, it's a lot of cities that got, and I'm pretty sure those is for like short distances, but they got them carts, them robotic carts that go by themselves and they go deliver DoorDash and stuff like that. I done seen those in several different downtowns. I tell you though, that's one thing I like about Colombia though, man. Like Costa Rica too. It's not like super, like technology ain't like, you don't feel like technology is going to replace a lot of human beings in them places. It's still like real, it just feels more, I don't know how to describe it. But just like I think I was telling y'all before, like, that's one thing I appreciate about Colombia too. Like, everybody ain't just always in their phones all the time, constantly, you know. One, because it's a lot of phone thieves out there, and if you slipping, you just being careless on your phone like this, and you just holding your phone like this, like somebody will pull up on you and snatch that joint and get on. And your phone is gone forever. So, you know, people don't really be in their phones like that. Whenever things happen, people don't pull out their phones and start recording. Like if it's an accident or if it's a fight or whatever it is, if it's a commotion or any type of like chaos or anything going on, people ain't quick to just pull out their phones and record. You know, because a lot of Colombians ain't with that shit. They'll threaten your ass and, you know, threaten to unalive your ass if you don't delete that video. And it's kind of understood that, you know, I guess it's just a cultural thing down there. Like they just not into recording every little thing. And I appreciate that. It reminds me of when America used to be like that. It reminds me of back in the days when everybody didn't have phones to pull out and record everything. Or the phones that people had back then were not capable of recording things. You know, before like 2010. You know, after about 2010, that's when it became normal to have a video camera on your phone. But before 2010, you know, that wasn't really a thing. You know, and even in 2010, the quality of the cameras compared to now back then is totally different. You dig? Completely different. The Watcher. Good looking with the $20 holla. Peace, Freeze. Not to cut your wisdom, man. But do you have the contact info for the dude that helped you get that paperwork? I need that, man. Paperwork? What paperwork you talking about? I'm tripping. I'm lost. Oh, are you talking about the paperwork that I got in Colombia? Because if you in Colombia, I could definitely line you up with him. For sure. I got his info. So if that's what you're talking about, let me know. And I'll give you the info to reach out to me where I can get it to you. Okay, cool. Shoot me a DM on Instagram. Either one, it don't matter. If you put in, I got 2 different Instagrams. If you type in Freeze is It, both of them gonna pop up, but one of them is just Freeze is It, and then the other one is Even My Hello Cost. But if you put in Freeze is It, and you see the main 2 pages, it might be some, you know, fake pages out there. I don't know. But just type in Freeze is It, and both profile pictures is me with Sinful. It's 2 different pictures on each profile, but put in Freeze is It, you see Freeze and Sinful on the profile picture, that's me. And shoot me a DM and I'll get that to you for sure. Yeah. See, that's the beautiful thing about this, you know, this networking, man. You know, that's why I got on there that day and shared my experience, because look at now, you know, it's able to be a blessing to the next individual and hopefully the next individual who might need it. You dig? And like I said that day, at first, when I first paid for the shit, I was like, damn, man, this shit kind of expensive, but it lasts for a lifetime. You just got to make sure you don't lose that paper. You know what I mean? If I need that shit 20 years from now and I still got that paper, I'm good, you know? So it's cool. The Wizard, once again, good looking with the $2 holla. Do you still got to serve her folks if you not a P? I mean, if you're not a P, then, you know, P's have rules, right? And there's, I guess you could say, like an unwritten code of ethics in the game. did P's follow? But then if you're a P who appreciates life and everything in it, you're going to have rules for yourself. Like me, I have rules that are specific to myself. And within those rules that are specific to myself, if I knock somebody, I'm going to give them the phone call. But if you're not the pimping, then, you know, you might not have the same rules. So, you know, you don't have to. And I'll tell you this too. Most pimps ain't going to serve you if they knock you. If you not no P, man, most of us ain't gonna give you that phone call, man. You just ain't gonna see her no more. You ain't gonna see her no more. You ain't gonna be able to call her no more. She gonna have a different phone number. You know what I mean? She gonna be in a different location, with the same vocation. You dig? But yeah, man. Most P's ain't giving you that phone call, so hey, you can take that for what it is. Yeah. Palm, once again, good looking with the $2 holla. Can you speak on Afro Man in the game? He go to players' balls. Yeah, I know he attends a lot of players' balls, but you know, I don't know Afro Man personally, and I imagine we might know some of the same people, but I haven't heard any stories about him pertaining to the game, so I can't really speak on Afro Man as far as the game goes. You know, I don't know. Can't really say, man. Freeze, what do you think about 50 versus Marlon Wayne's beef? I seen something in Marlon Wayne's. I seen that he said something, I guess in response to 50, but I didn't really look too far into it. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of the drama that's going on nowadays, man, I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. I don't be catching it really, man. I can't remember who it was, but somebody commented on one of my posts the other day, I think, asking me to speak on the interview with Cheyenne Bryant and Shannon Sharp. And maybe I didn't watch enough of it because that interview was long as hell. I think it's like 3 hours long. Let me see how much of it I watched. Hold up. Yeah, that interview is like, I want to say it's like 3.5 hours or 3 hours and 40 minutes. I probably watched like the first maybe 30 minutes of it. Something like that. But I don't know. It didn't really. And I like Shannon's interviews most of the time, but I don't know, for some reason that interview didn't really it didn't really captivate me like that. I know everybody got a lot to say about Cheyenne Bryant. Most people don't have anything good to say about her. But you know, I'm not really very in tune with her like that. So I can't really say much about her. Dr. Bryant was fired. You saying the interview was fired? She was looking so damn good. I will say that she was looking good on the interview. I can't take that from her at all. You dig? She was looking good on the interview, but I guess it wasn't very like super interesting because she was just like talking about her childhood in the beginning, and I didn't really get past that part. You know, she was talking about her relationship with her parents. And I think I was like probably getting towards the end of that part of the interview when I stopped watching. I don't know. I might watch some more of it to see what like all the hype is about. I don't know. I seen a little clip from the Game's interview on Shannon Sharp on Club Shay Shay though. The Game is he's an interesting fellow, to say the least. Oh man, the game is he's an interesting guy. He's a character for sure. Yeah, man. Yeah. So the clip that I saw of the Game, right? He was saying he was the best rapper from Compton, and then I think yeah, no, not I think, as I'm remembering, he definitely went on to say that he's the best rapper currently on the West Coast. Like basically, he was saying that currently no other rapper on the West Coast could see him as far as rapping. And uh who was the first? It was somebody that they said, and then he said Ice Cube. He was like, I love Cube, man, but Cube, he can't do what I do, or something like that. He said, and that may be true, Game. That Cube, well, I ain't gonna say that Cube can't do what you do. Let's just say that Cube doesn't do what you do. Cube doesn't do what the Game does as far as rapping goes. However, do I think if Cube really wanted to do what the Game does, could he do it? I believe so. I believe if Ice Cube wanted to do the things that the Game does with the rapping, he could do that. But guess what else? Do I think that the Game could do what Ice Cube does with the rapping? Hell no. No. Nobody could do what Ice Cube does better than he does it with the rapping. Like, come on, man. Like, like, and then he said, he was like, maybe back in like 92 or something, he probably could have, and then the way he said it was like, he probably could have, got me back then, but now, nah. And it's like, come on, man. No, stop it. Like, we talk about Ice Cube, man. We talking about the Magic Johnson of rap. You know what I mean? That's what I always liken Ice Cube to. To me, Ice Cube is the Magic Johnson of rap. And it might, I might ruffle some feathers when I say this, but this is just me. For me, Ice Cube is the Magic Johnson of rap. Snoop Dogg is the Michael Jordan of rap. That's just me. You know what I mean? Like, Snoop Dogg is just, he's Snoop Dogg. What else do I need to say? But Cube is like, he's like the Magic Johnson, because just like Magic Johnson came to the NBA and he took it to another level, that's pretty much what Cube did for rap. Like, when Cube came to the rap game, he took rap to another, like Cube himself took rap to another level when he came. There was a lot of other rappers that was great before him, just like with Magic, there's a whole bunch of other basketball players that was great before Magic. But when Magic came, he took the NBA, he took basketball to another level, and Cube did the same thing with rap. So that's why, to me, Cube is like the Magic Johnson of the rap game. And, nah. Okay, like, I know I'm gonna probably ruffle some feathers with this one too. Should I say that? I'm gonna ruffle some feathers with this one too. Okay, y'all ready? You ready? Okay, this is just me, right? And maybe it's because of my generation, man, what I grew up watching, right? But to say that Ice Cube doesn't do what the game does, right? Like Game was like, man, Ice Cube don't do what I do with the rapping. That's like saying Magic don't do what LeBron do with the basketball. And you can say that's true. But just like I believe that Ice Cube, if he put his mind to it, he could do what the Game do with the rap. I believe that, you know, if you put Magic and LeBron in the same era, that Magic could do everything that LeBron do. LeBron might have a little bit more athletic ability, you know, so he probably got an edge on that. But most things, you know, that LeBron do, I believe Magic could do. Magic, man, you just had to, like, if you didn't grow up in the 80s and 90s, man, like, especially the 80s, man, like, Magic was a phenomenal dude, man. He don't get enough credit. But do I believe that if Magic put his mind to it, he could do the things that LeBron do? Hell yeah. But do I think that LeBron could do the things that Magic did? I don't see LeBron being able to do what Magic did, man. Magic could play any position, and not just play any position, but he could play it well. If Magic, he was mainly a point guard, and he was an excellent point guard at 6'9". Him and LeBron is the same height pretty much. I think LeBron sometimes be listed as 6'8", 6'9". They pretty much the same height. But Magic at 6'9", excellent point guard. If Magic wanted to play center, he could play center and play it well. He did in a championship and won. If he wanted to play forward, he could play forward. Like Magic could play any position and play it well. You don't really know nobody that could say, you can't really say that for nobody else. Who do you know that can be an excellent point guard and an excellent center? What other player that ever played in the NBA that you could say that for? You can't say that for nobody else. So that's why I say that Magic, if he wanted to, he could do what LeBron did or does. Only thing is LeBron might have a little more of an edge because I ain't going to take that from him. Like athletic ability, yeah, he got Magic on that. Magic had good athletic ability too, but not like LeBron. LeBron, you know, he just a genetic phenomenon. So, yeah, man, you know, they don't be giving Magic enough props, man. When they talk about, you know, the greatest basketball players, they always comparing LeBron to Mike, and sometimes they'll throw Kobe in there, but they don't never really throw Magic in there the way they should, man. You know, Larry Bird too. Larry Bird was a dope player, but Magic though, man, Magic don't be getting his props the way he's supposed to, man. Like Magic was that dude. And, you know, another thing that hurt Magic's legacy was, you know, him catching the HIV and his career being, you know, cut short because of that, even though he came back later. But, man, if Magic never had that situation and his career would have just kept on the way it was going, it's a lot of records that Magic would have set that would still be in place right now. You know, you don't really hear a lot about Magic. Like, I think he kind of up there still on the assist record, like the list of like, you know, players with the most assists. I think he's still kind of up there a little bit. But it's a lot of players with more assists than Magic. Definitely a lot of players who scored more points in their career than Magic. But if Magic's career would have never got interrupted, man, that man would have set some records that probably wouldn't be broke for a lot of years from now. You know what I mean? You know, Magic Magic was that dude, man. That's my guy. Like I love Magic Johnson, man. Like that's my dude right there. Magic is more fair comp for LeBron. Jordan is on another level. I don't know, man. Like, you saying he more fair comp. LeBron is a great player. He's a phenomenal player. He's a legendary player. I ain't going to take that from him. But Magic, man, you just can't compare Magic to nobody, man. Because like I said, like it's other players that are better than him at different things. But just like Magic was just different, man. That man was just different. You dig? LeBron got 23 years in. He built different. Yeah. But then you got to think about, too, like, the resources are different, too. Like, LeBron got resources that Magic and Mike didn't have, and nobody else, the players back in their era, you know what I mean? The resources that LeBron that are available now wasn't available back then. Magic did reinvent himself. Yeah, Magic got 5 rings with one team. Yeah, Magic was just that dude, man. Scottie Pippen. I love Scottie, man, but he can't. You can't even put Scottie in the same conversation with a Magic, man. Like, Scottie was dope, but we talking about Magic Johnson, man. Like, man, Scottie Pippen, the most underrated all-time great, could guard anyone to 5. Yeah, Scottie is that dude, man, but man, Magic, man, Magic was like in a league of his own, man. Like, Magic is just a different type of guy, man. Magic and DeBell. That's real. I mean, that's real talk, though. Magic in total, 18 rings, different leagues and roles, with 5 of those being NBA titles as a player. That's real. Right, because Magic got championships with the Dodgers. He got, obviously, championships with the Lakers. Magic's that dude, man. Victoria says, I watched LeBron's whole career and Jordan's whole career. Jordan is the better player by far, and it ain't even close. Yeah, I agree. Now, if you're talking about Michael Jordan, man, like, he smokes everybody. Like, Mike smokes everybody, man. Like, Mike is in a different universe, man, from everybody. Like, and see, you know, people who weren't alive and old enough to remember back in those days, like in the 90s, when the Bulls was winning all them championships, you know, people who didn't see it in real time, they'll never be able to understand how phenomenal Mike was. You know, because they watching LeBron in real time and they seeing how great LeBron is. But like you just said, you watch both of them like I did. You know what I mean? In they eras. And LeBron is he's something else. Like, one thing I love about LeBron's career, he did something that nobody else, no other team has ever done in the history of the NBA. And that's come back in the finals from a 3-1 deficit and win. that's something that, like, even if after that, like, if he would have retired after that year, that puts him, like, in the top of anybody's conversation. Like, that puts him up there. Like, that put him on another, for me at least. When he did that, he came back from a 3-1 deficit. Nobody has ever done that. No other team has ever done that. No other player has ever led their team to do that. So when LeBron did that, I'm like, yeah. He gained a whole lot more. He already had my respect, but when he did that, he gained that much more respect. The respect went through the roof for me, for LeBron. So LeBron is a beast. You know what I mean? And then another thing I love about LeBron too, as far as like a humanitarian, he's on another level when it comes to that too. The only person that I think could probably compete with LeBron as far as a humanitarian is probably Shaq. You know what I mean? Shaq, as far as a humanitarian, Shaq might be the greatest humanitarian that the NBA has seen. LeBron is right there on his bumper though, because LeBron do a lot of great things for the people too. But Shaq just got a heart of gold, man. Like, Shaq is that dude. Magic is definitely a better leader. Yeah. Magic was he was definitely a great leader. My ex-folks used to call me LeBron. What about D Rose? I hate how D Rose's career went, man, because if you want to talk about athletic ability, D Rose was a monster. And potential, he just was a beast. But them injuries, man. I hate how D Rose's career went. Jordan was a horrible shooter. Couldn't shoot threes to save his life. LeBron surpassed him on over 1,000 less shots. So, Sharif, are you trying to say that LeBron is better than Are you trying to say LeBron is better than Mike Sharif? I know you wouldn't say a thing like that, Sharif. Come on, man. You a smart guy, Sharif. I know you wouldn't say that. The Warriors team was 73-9 too. Stop playing with the king. No, that's what I'm saying. And I forgot to mention that too. Not only did they come back from a 3-1 deficit, but they beat a team that was 73-9. The Warriors was whooping everything in their path that year. They was whooping everything in their path that year. And the Warriors did the same thing that also had never been done. They just didn't do it in the championship. But you remember the Warriors was down 3-1 against the Thunder that year. And they came back from a 3-1 deficit against the Thunder, if I remember correctly. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think the Warriors did that, didn't they? Let me look that shit up. I'm pretty sure the Warriors did that. I just want to check and be sure. Okay, yeah, I knew I wasn't tripping. Yeah, they did that. The same season. In the Western Conference Finals, the Warriors came back 3-1 against the Thunder. So that was the first time that had ever been done in any series in the NBA. But then, same thing make you laugh, make you cry. Man, the same thing to make you laugh, make you cry. Because, boy, man. But see, I already knew that just to be all the way 100. See, the Warriors was chasing the wrong thing that year. The Warriors was supposed to win the championship that year, but they was chasing the wrong shit. They was, and I'm pretty sure it was a lot of hype in their ear comparing them to the 72-10 Bulls. And, you know, they started out so you know, great. And they seen themselves going, and they like, damn, we could beat the 72-10 record. And they did. They went 73-9, but they didn't do what the Bulls did. And see, like I said, the Warriors were chasing the wrong thing. And they chasing a 72-10 record to beat, and they should have been chasing the championship. So what happened is by them chasing that 72-10 record, they burnt themselves out. And anybody who remember that season, if you keep it real, that's really what happened. The Warriors burnt themselves out because that shit took a lot out of them. To win them 73 games that year, that shit took a lot out of them. It's amazing that they even made it to the finals and was up 3-1 after that 73-9 regular season. So that took a lot out of them. And then for them to come back from the 3-1 deficit against the Thunder, we talking about, you know, the Thunder at that time, they had squad. For them to come back from that kicked their ass too. They won that series, but that series kicked their ass. Then you just came back from a 3-1 deficit. You played a tough ass series, then went to 7 games, and then you got to face these good ass Cavs. LeBron and they got squad too. You know what I mean? They had the Cavs had squad that year too. You know, so if you just really think about it, man, like the Warriors were supposed to win that year. They really were. But they burnt themselves out. By the time they made it to the finals, they was whooped. They was exhausted. They was depleted. And they you know, it's amazing that they even was up 3-1. And people probably thinking like, oh, they up 3-1, man. They got it, man. Ain't nobody in the history of the league ever came back from 3-1. But they was whooped. Guess who wasn't whooped, though? They still had a good-ass season. You know what I mean? The Cavs that year, I think they won 60-something games. I can't remember how many games they won that year. But they, if I'm not mistaken, I think they had the second-best record. Did the Cavs or the Thunder won? I think the Cavs had the second-best record, if I'm not mistaken. They was up there, though. They had a good-ass season that year, regular season. But, right, Kevin Love, J.R. Smith, Mo Williams, Kyrie Irving. You know what I mean? They had a squad that year. Yeah, Yao Ming was underrated. Draymond missed the game that finals too. Yeah, I forgot about that, but you're right, he did. I think he missed one of them crucial ass games. Draymond cost him that series with his antics. You could say that, but honestly, I don't know, man. Yeah, see, I forgot about Draymond. I forgot about that. I remember that, though. But I'll just say this. I could still see even if Draymond was if Draymond would have never got even if Draymond wouldn't have never got in trouble and he would have be able to play every game in the series, I could still see the Cavs winning because, like I said, they was just burnt out. They was whooped. You know? Because they had, like like I said, the regular season just whooped their ass. And then that series with the Thunder, man, that shit kicked their ass because the Thunder almost had their ass with Draymond there. You know what I mean? Odie the Brody said Curry better than LeBron by a landslide. Odie, you crazy, man. But see, Odie, you's a youngster though, man. So I can't be mad at you. Like Curry is more your era, even though Curry ain't that much far behind LeBron, but Curry is like more your era than LeBron is. You know what I mean? I can't be mad at you for saying that. You know, everybody got their different, you know, who they think the greatest is, man. But nah, and I love Curry. Curry is phenomenal, but he's not better than LeBron. And I rocks with Curry, man. Curry is that dude. I love Curry, man. I love Curry. But he's not better than LeBron, though. I'm probably more of a Curry fan than a LeBron fan. I probably root for Curry over, not probably, because I was going for the Warriors in that series. I wanted the Warriors to win. But even if the Warriors would have won that series, LeBron is still better than Curry. But I ain't mad at you, though. You know what I mean? Like I said, like on Baby Boy Melvin, youngsters. That's how I see that. You know what I mean? Curry better than LeBron. Youngsters. Oh, man. Right. Like Kaz G say, I think the Cavs would have won regardless, but Draymond was the heart and soul of that team. Yeah, he was a crucial piece, but I agree with you, man. I think the Cavs probably still would have won. I think they still would have won, man. Because the whole team was burnt out. It ain't like Draymond wasn't burnt out and everybody else was. No, they was all burnt out. You got to think about that. Like, to go 73-9 is not easy. If it was easy, a whole bunch of other teams would have did it before them, right? So they was playing their ass off to get to 73-9. You got to think about that. I know it's not really easy to put yourself in the shoes of a player on a team like that, but just like as best you can, try to imagine being on that team, winning 73 games in a season. That's not easy. That is going to kick your ass. You know? And it goes to show you the difference between a Michael Jordan and everybody else. Because they went 72-10, they still whooped everybody's ass in the playoffs and the finals. You know, Mike is just a different animal, man. Like Mike is something else, man. He like I said, Mike is in another universe, man. Nobody's even close to Mike. Mike is like way over there. Way over there. Mike is way over there. It's nobody close. Everybody is right here. Mike is like way over there. Far. You can't. Mike look like an ant. That's how far away Mike is from everybody else. Everybody else looking at Mike way over there, he look like an ant. Because that's how far away he is. But like I said, with LeBron, though, to lead a team in the finals to come back from a 3-1 deficit, that's amazing. Again, that's not easy because if it was, a lot of other teams would have done it. Now the Warriors did it in the Western Conference Finals, but when the Warriors done it, that it had never ever been done. And then the Cavs did it in the finals, which they the only ones that could say that they did that in the finals. So, yeah, like I said, when they did that, LeBron got a whole new level of respect from me. Sharif said Draymond admitted he called KD in the parking lot after Game 7. That alone verifies LeBron's greatness. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, MJ was different. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, you know. But, again, like I said, LeBron did something that, man, it's probably going to be 100 years before another team do that. It's going to be the year 2175 or something like that when when another NBA team come back from a 3-1 deficit in the finals. Like, that's not going to be done again for a very long time. Like, that's some phenomenal shit. You can't take that from LeBron. Oh, yeah, Kareem was a beast. Kareem was something special for sure. Jordan had an intent in his game. LeBron played just to play. I ain't going to say LeBron played just to play. Mike just had that killer instinct. I don't think there's ever been a player that disliked losing more than Michael Jordan. Mike, boy, that man can't stand to lose. He coming with a vengeance. Like Mike, that killer instinct, man. This man playing with the flu. He playing with injuries and shit. Like, I don't know if any of y'all ever had the flu and tried to, like, do some physical shit while you got the flu. That shit ain't easy. I ain't had the flu in a very, very long time, but I still remember what that shit feel like. And when you got the flu, you ain't about to just get up and just go play some basketball, especially on a professional level with a whole bunch of professional people that's getting paid millions of dollars a year to play. Yeah, Mike was just different, man. Yeah, that man was different. Right, Kobe adopted MJ mindset too. Yeah, Kobe, man. Kobe, another one is just like, man. Luka about to give LeBron that 5th ring. Yeah, it might happen. I don't know, for some reason though, man. Like, since the pandemic, man, basketball just ain't been the same to me. Really, nothing been the same since the pandemic, man. I a lot of things that I enjoyed before the pandemic, I don't even really enjoy no more, man. Basketball is kind of like one of them things, man. Football kind of too, but yeah, I don't know. Pandemic messed up a whole lot of shit. Not only did it unalive a whole lot of people, but it was food poison. They just said the flu. I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I just always heard he had the flu. Food poisoning ain't no joke neither, though, man. Shit. I don't know, man. I can't really say which one is worse to try to do something physical with between food poisoning and the flu. They different, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's two different types of illnesses, man. They hit you very differently. Uh when you got the flu, your body is just aching and you feel weak. At least that's how I felt when like I said, I ain't had the flu in a very, very long time. But when you got the flu, like I said, your body is aching and you feel weak. When you got food poisoning, man, first of all, I don't know about anybody else, but I done had food poisoning a couple times. Well, like 3 times. One time wasn't that bad, though. I just threw up one time and that was cool. But the other 2 times that I had food poisoning, man, I was curled up in the bed like a baby in the fetal position. I was constantly on the toilet, throwing up and, doing the number 2. It was very unpleasant. And I couldn't go nowhere because I kept having to run to the toilet. So I don't know, man. It's hard to believe that he had food poisoning, or if he did, it wasn't that bad. I'm leaning more towards the flu, man. I don't know, because I done had both of them, and while it would be difficult to do anything with either one of those illnesses, I would think that it's more likely that you could do, you'd be more able to do something with the flu than food poisoning. Because food poisoning kind of like, it disables you because at least me, like I said, I'd have had it twice, real bad. I had food poisoning in 2010 when I was in San Francisco when the Giants won the World Series, and it was my birthday. The World Series usually around my birthday. I was in San Francisco, and I got food poisoning like a few days before my birthday. I was sick for like a week, so I was sick on my birthday. I had ate a shrimp cocktail, and that shit messed me up. Messed me all the way up. And then I had it again in 2017 in Vegas. I had ordered from this Thai food restaurant. I ordered some chicken and I ordered some salmon. I ate the chicken first. I was cool. Then like an hour or 2 later, I ate the salmon. All bad. So both times I got food poisoning was from seafood. And it was all bad. Then one time, like I said, the first time I ever got food poisoning, it wasn't really that bad. I had ate some Jack in the Box. This way back in the days. I was young. I was probably like, I was probably like 20. I was young. I can't remember how old I was, but I was young because I was with my dad. I was in the car with my dad, and I had to tell him to pull over. He pulled over, and I threw up. I had ate some Jack in the Box, and it messed my stomach up for sure. The same Jack in the Box that I used to eat all the time back then. I ate it that time, and it messed me up. The Jack in the Box on 36 in Atlantic in Long Beach. Messed me up. You dig? Freeze curled up like Johnny Cash. That's a simple knocked him. Yeah, I was in the bed curled up, man, with that food. That food poisoning ain't no joke, man. That shit there. I don't wish that on nobody, man. That shit is something else, boy. When you really get, and then especially like seafood, man, I was all bad. What's the word, G's? Do you do consultations? Omar Capital, yes, I do. if you go to my About section, let me show you right now. Hold up. Hold up. And I wanted y'all to see this because I know a lot of y'all sleeping on this this project right here, man. But y'all need to go give this whole project a listen, man. And once you listen to it one time, you're going to keep listening to it, man. This is Back to This Game That I Never Left, a project with, Sepulveda the Prince and Malachi, a.k.a. Sauce Gotti. Man, y'all got to go check this shit out. It's fire. But I just wanted y'all to see that. And it's in my playlist. Like if you go to my page or my channel, you go to my YouTube channel and you go to my playlist, you'll see this in there. Back to This Game That I Never Left. Matter of fact, I'm going to do that because I don't know if they did it, but whether or not they did, we going to do that. We going to, I might do it tomorrow. I'm not for sure, but very soon we going to do a listening party with this project right here. We going to listen to the whole shit, man. Y'all will be able to hear it. So you'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, we gonna do that very soon. If not tomorrow, very soon. But probably tomorrow, or technically today. Okay, so Omar Capital. You see here on my YouTube channel, right? You go to my main page. I know it looked different on the phone, but you go right here to the About. If you're on the computer, it looks like this. But whatever the case, on the phone, you go to the About. And when you go to the About section, you'll see all my links right here. This is my Patreon link, my music link, Spotify, Apple Music, my Instagram, my Cash App, my PayPal. And right here, you see my consultation link. So you click on this link right here, bam, and it takes you here. Takes you here. And then as you can see, you got the icon right here, book now. And then you could book a session right here. You can select which session you want to book, then it'll take you to the calendar. And you could pick when you want to book the session right there. You can schedule it right there. But yeah, if you want to do a consultation, you could do it like that. Leader Don says, do you believe in personalities go with their zodiac signs? I don't know. I'm not really a big zodiac person like that. So I can't really say. I'm going to check you out, G. Pimp hop is a great subgenre of rap. You dig. Unknown to many, but very, very strong. Yes, indeed. I got some music that I'm finna drop on y'all very soon too. Not a whole project. I'm still working on the whole project, but I got some songs that I'm gonna drop very, very soon for y'all. So y'all can look forward to some new music from Freeze coming very soon. And then hopefully early 2026, y'all will be getting a project from Freeze. Definitely in 2026, but hopefully early 2026. I remember one night I had the flu and still pimped like a mad Russian. The Bell, hell yeah, man. You know that shit ain't. I mean, pimping ain't easy. Period. You know what I mean? Especially with the flu. Hey, but even though I was curled up in the bed like a baby with the flu, man. I mean, with the food poisoning, man. I still was. I still pimped my way through all that shit. You know what I mean? I still had to pimp. I still had pimping to do. That's for sure. Man, but that food poisoning is something else, man. Sheesh. I don't wish that on nobody. Tyler Anderson says, "How long did Sin live in L.A.?" Sin spent a lot of time in L.A., but I wouldn't say that he lived in L.A. for real, for real. Yeah, I wouldn't say that he lived in L.A., but he spent a lot of time in L.A. for sure. A lot of time. Yeah, Jack and the Crack got me too. Yeah, man, I done heard like a lot of people, man, got bad experiences with Jack in the Box, man, with the food poisoning. Jack and the Crack definitely got me though. I see it got you too, huh? Yeah, man, that Jack and the Crack, man. When it's good, it's good, but when it's bad, it's bad. And that's how you know it was a long time ago for me, because shit, I ain't had Jack in the Box in about 18 years. Yeah, I ain't had no Jack in the Box in about 18 years. But Jack in the Box, Jack in the Crack, that was like my second go-to spot. My number one go-to spot back then, Carl's Jr. Carl's. You did. Carl's Jr. was my shit. I used to love Carl's Jr. That superstar. That superstar combo. Yeah, that Carl's Jr., that was my shit. Every day I was eating Carl's Jr. Man, that's crazy to think that I used to eat like that, man, because I couldn't imagine that shit nowadays, man. I used to get the burger with the bacon and the cheese. Like, I don't eat none of that no more. I don't eat bread. I don't eat bacon. I don't eat beef. I don't eat cheese. The only thing, I don't eat mayonnaise or any kind of sauces. The only thing on a burger that from back then that I still eat right now is the lettuce, onions, and tomatoes. That's it. I ate some lettuce, onions, and tomatoes today. You dig? But man, it's crazy to think that I used to eat like that every damn day, multiple times a day. Like every day I used to go through the Carl's Jr. drive-through, man, religiously. Like it was like mandatory. Like I wouldn't have lived if I, that's how it was. Like it was almost like I wouldn't have survived if I didn't make it to the Carl's Jr. drive-through, man. Like, man, that was my life. And to think now, like that man, I'm so glad that I cut that shit out when I was young. I mean, I'm still young, but younger. Like, I'm so glad that I cut that shit out at a very early age, man. Cause man, shit. That shit is no good. I used to love that shit, man. Especially them crisp cut fries and all that shit, man. Like, That shit is crazy to think that I used to eat like that every damn day. Man. Right, Hardee's is pretty much the same thing, but you know on the West Coast we got Carl's Jr., but they the same. They the same shit. Hardee's, Carl's Jr., the same exact thing. You still sitting out Sin's obituaries? Don Supreme, yeah. Hey, listen, speaking of the obituaries, right? True story, real talk, right? The last few days before I left the States, like the last 3 days, man, I was sitting up putting together the obituaries, like the mailing. I was putting them in envelopes, putting stamps on them, addresses and all that. I sat up for days doing that shit, so I got a whole bunch of them ready to be shipped out. But I'm not where they are right now. So when I get over there where they at, then I'm going to ship them out. You know what I mean? But it's a whole bunch of them that I got filled out. So this is in August, right? And I was going back through all the emails, and I think I still got some that I still gotta get ready to ship out. I don't think I got to every last request, but if you sent an email requesting an obituary and your information, your shipping information has changed, send another email letting me know. Because if not, it's gonna get sent to your old address. If you sent me an address that you ain't at no more, it's gonna get sent to the old address. So to avoid that, if you have new shipping information, send me another email letting me know. And when I get over there where the obituaries is at, I'll make sure that you get one. Because I got a whole bunch of them ready to get shipped. I just didn't have time. You know what I mean? What I should have did is I should have, even though I still would have missed some people, I should have, slowed down and sent what I had. But I spent so much time doing that before you know it, I look up, it's time for me to go to the airport. You know what I mean? So I had to leave. And I didn't have time to go to the post office and drop the obituaries off and send them out. I had to hurry up and get to the airport. So yeah. But they gonna get sent out. They ready to go. I just got to get them and take them to the post office. So if you if you got different shipping information now, send me your new info and I'll make sure you get it. Send an email to Freeze Hardee's to P. Hey, back in the day, I was Hardee's to P though, man, or Carl's Jr. to P, same thing. You know what I mean? I was Hardee's to P back in the day for sure. Freeze Hardee's Jr. Freezy Air Burgers now. Yeah. Feel good to hear some game. Rand, good looking, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, you ain't missing shit when it comes to this fast food. Yeah, man, it feels so good, man. Like, people just don't know. People who eat fast food every day, because I didn't know. I ate that shit every day for years. You know what I mean? Mainly Carl's Jr. and Jack in the Crack, but I was eating Fat Burger too. But Fat Burger isn't everywhere like Carl's Jr. and Jack in the Crack is. You know what I mean? But I ate Fat Burger on the regular too, not as regular as Carl's Jr. But I loved Fat Burger. Fat Burger was probably my favorite burger place. Fat Burger has some good burgers. Carl's Jr., but then as far as like some mom and pop shit, man, Jim's Burgers. Later on, they got different owners and shit, and they wasn't the same no more. But the gyms that was in Hawaiian Gardens on Carson Street in Bellshire, it's probably still gyms now, but I think it evolved into like a teriyaki place. It might still be called gyms, but it was like a burger joint. And man, they used to have some fire ass burgers. I used to love their Colossal burgers, which for those of y'all who ain't familiar with the Colossal burger, is pretty much a pastrami burger. Johnny Pastrami's was fire too. Speaking of pastrami, I used to love Johnny Pastrami's. They was fire. But man, when you eating all that shit on a regular basis, man, you just don't know like how much better your body can feel when you eat healthier. Like now that I eat the way that I eat salads every day, nothing but salads, man, my energy is better. I got way better energy. My mood is better. It's just different, man. My mind is more clear because I'm not eating. Because, back then, right? Like when I was younger, like early 20s, I was pretty much eating everything. Just imagine me eating Carl's Jr. like 2 times a day at least. And it's a big ass meal. I'm eating a double bacon cheeseburger with the large fries and the large high fructose corn syrup raspberry iced tea. That shit is like this damn big. Like I'm eating and drinking terrible shit. I'm putting bullshit in my body every day. And, little did I know back then that I was really on the path to having diabetes and possibly even high blood pressure, hypertension. Little did I know back then that I was on that path because, all of my uncles pretty much did the same shit. All of my uncles ate bad. Well, not all of them, with the exception of probably maybe 2. The majority of them ate bad. And by the time they hit their 30s, it was just downhill from there. You know what I mean? Diabetes, hypertension, congestive heart failure, all types of just, fucked up shit. So, like I said, little did I know I was on that path, but fortunately, when I started approaching my 30s, something just came over me, man, and I just wanted to change my ways, man, as far as how I ate. Now, I was like, 26 when I stopped eating red meat and pork. But, fried food, alcohol, I quit that when I was 30. I quit carbonated drinks when I was 19. So, you ever been to Taco Pete? Nah, man, I ain't been to Taco Pete. I be hearing about Taco Pete's all the time, though, but I ain't been, though. Now, some tacos, I probably would eat that. Of course, chicken tacos, not no beef tacos, but I probably would eat some chicken tacos, even though I don't really eat tortillas like that no more. I will probably one day eat some tacos. Even though, like I said, to me, tortillas is like bread. It's the same thing. But brainwashed by food promotions. Gluttony runs deep with black folks. Didn't start vegetarianism till I was in my 40s too. Dave Ski. Yeah, man. I mean, it ain't just black folks, man. It's really the American way. We probably got it worse than other ethnicities, groups, but it's really the American way to be gluttonous and eat bad. You know, because we all eat at the same fast food restaurants. We all shop at the same grocery stores with all the bullshit in it. We all go through the same checkout lanes that have candy and chips and soda and all the BS right there by the checkout lane. And then don't let the line be long. You sitting there standing there like, damn, man, this line taking forever, man. Person in front of me got 100 items. Shit. Then you look over, you see them. See that Almond Joy, like, damn, man, the Almond Joy look good. Peanut M&Ms look good. Shit, man. Damn. Oh, man, they got the Hershey's white chocolate. Man, I ain't had one of them in a minute. That shit look good right now, man. Damn. And them Takis look good, too, man. Shit, them Flaming Hot Cheetos, man, that don't sound bad neither, man. Damn. Damn, then they got the, hold on, let me see if the Cokes, damn, the Coca-Colas is ice cold, too, man. Damn, shit. I wasn't even thinking about no Coke, man, but I want one now. It's hot outside. You know, shit like that, man. It's like, it's by design. Like you said, we brainwashed. But it's just the American way. You know, now, of course, when I was in Colombia and when I was in Costa Rica, I wasn't eating fast food. But from what I've heard, I've heard that the portions are not the same. Like, what's a small or medium drink over here would be a large over there. Not just in those countries, but a lot of other countries. We got the biggest portions. We put the most butter in everything. We put the most sugar in everything. We put the most salt in everything. Like we just excessive when it comes to the BS. You know what I mean? It just ain't cool. But that Twix too. For real, can't forget about the Twix. King Five Father say, man, that intro on your Vitamin P project made me pull over, shed a tear, and go at every bitch in sight. God anointed, game appointed, supernatural pimp. For sure. That joint was on repeat 24 hours straight. No funny. Man, I appreciate that, man. Sincerely, man. Humbly, man. I appreciate that for real. Yeah, man. It's a trip how, you know, when you just in your zone, just doing what you do, man, how it can affect people, man, because I think that's like a lot of people's favorite track on that project, and it's not even a song. It's just me talking shit over a beat, you know, popping it. And yeah, a lot of people have given me props on that intro, man. That's why on the new project, I'm gonna do a similar type of thing on the intro as well, man, because I see the way it resonated with people, man. So I'm gonna get this new project that same type of flavor. You dig? But man, I appreciate that, man. That's big, man. I appreciate that for real, for real. Eric Humphreys, top of the morning, man. You see we here, man, chopping it and popping it with this shit, though. You dig? Do you eat sushi or poke? I've never had poke. I don't think. I'm trying to think. Have I had poke? I can't remember. I kind of want to say I haven't had poke though. And sushi, no, I don't eat sushi because it got rice, and I don't eat rice. So as much as I love rice, I ain't had no rice in well, I think I've had it like a couple times over the past few years, but I stopped eating rice about 3 years ago. Yeah, I stopped eating rice about 3 years ago because I've been on nothing but salads. Well, I ain't gonna say nothing but salads. There's been a few times I've had other things, but mainly salads for the past 3 years. Like 90% of the time, I've eaten salads for the last 3 years. And but I've had rice a few times over the past 3 years, probably a handful of times. But for the most part, I don't eat rice. So no sushi for me. I like sushi though. Sushi is good, but no sushi for me, man. Just my big ass salad. Read my super chat, P. Oh, you sent another one? I probably missed it. Let me see. Let me see, man. Oh, yeah, my bad. Excuse my pimping, man. Speak on big U son getting on the live on Fig, shaking my head. You know, I don't really know too much about that situation, man. You know, that's one thing people on the internet do that Freeze don't do is play detective. So I ain't gonna sit here and come up with conspiracy theories and what I think happened and why I think it happened and all that type of shit. It's just unfortunate, man. And man, as a father, man, I can't even imagine what Big U is still going through right now. You know, you can say what you want about him, man, but from the looks of things, it seems like his kids love him. And you know, when you live life, that's one of the main things that matters to you, man. Like, out of all them clips on the Kenny Red show where Kenny Red is talking, that's one of my favorite ones, man, where he was like, I'm proud of the fact that, you know, I got 8 kids and, you know, I've been in my kids' life and I'm not a dope fiend or nothing like that, and I'm not embarrassing to my kids. You know, for those of y'all who don't have kids, it's no feeling like your kids bragging about you. You can't compare that to anything, man. When your kids are proud of you, especially as a father, man, when your kids are proud of you and they brag about you, man, it ain't nothing like that. That shit puts you on cloud 9, man. That's a feeling like no other. So for Big U, like I said, you know, I know a lot of people don't like Big U. They talk shit. You know, the internet go crazy and all that. They put all kind of shit on him that ain't been proven, and they ain't even got no reason to put it on him. But like I said, it seems to me that he's close with all of his kids and he has good relationships with all of his kids. So, and that boy looked just like Big U, man. Like, out of the kids that I've seen, he looked just like Big U. And man, I couldn't even imagine no shit like that. Especially being locked up, fighting a case that they trying to throw the book at you and your son get killed in the streets. Oh my goodness. Boy, niggas better leave me alone. Better leave me alone. Don't look at me wrong. Don't, you know, man. Yeah, like I said, man, it's just unfortunate, man. You know, everybody say what they think it was and why they think it happened, and he shouldn't have did this. He shouldn't have been over there. He shouldn't have wooty. He shouldn't have. It's just unfortunate, man. It's an unfortunate situation, especially at the time that it happened where, like I said, Big U, not only was he not on the streets, but then, you know, they wouldn't even let him attend his own son's funeral. Man, hopefully Big U can one day at least be able to visit his son's gravesite, man. Hopefully. Because that shit there, man, like I said, I can't imagine. I can't even imagine what he's going through right now, but I know it's some shit. You know, some people got kids and they ain't close with their kids, man. They, you know, they like disconnected with their kids and shit like that, man. But when you the type of person that love your kids, man, that's something else. Rand Ryers, let me put it in the chat for you. That's the Cash App right there, man, and I appreciate you in advance. I eat basmati rice. It's low glycemic index. It's low glycemic index and better than regular white rice. Yeah, I've eaten that basmati rice sometimes too. It's I want to say it's like a different like type of texture, but it's good though. Yep, it's good stuff, but it's crazy like the difference with your body, especially when you get older, man, like the difference in how food affects your body, positive and negative. Man, it's crazy, like, cause you know I put so many different little things in my salad. What I was doing that I need to get back to, I ain't done it in a while, is I need to start putting black seed oil. I was putting black seed oil in my salad. I put like a tablespoon in every salad. I need to get back to doing that. Cause like every little thing, man, just makes a difference, man, and you feel it. Putting, you know, I put ginger in my salad. I put garlic in my salad. Green onions, red onions. Man. All them different vegetables, man. That shit is great. Jasmine rice is good too. Yeah. Yeah, I love the taste of rice, but I think I'm going to be a riceless guy, man, for the remainder of my days. I don't know, maybe sometimes I might treat myself to it, but for the most part, especially the zone that I'm in right now, I don't even have no desire for that type of stuff, and I love rice. Especially with some eggs. Oh my goodness, like eggs with the rice or rice with the broccoli and corn. That reminds me of Sinful, man, because whenever we used to be around each other and I'll be cooking, man, Sinful used to love my rice and corn, man. I used to hook that shit up. Or rice with the corn and broccoli. I used to hook that shit up. That shit used to be fire. And Sinful used to crack me up, man. It's an inside joke, but the joke is because I think it was Kev Mack. But Kev Mack got an interview with an old school cat by the name of Jackie, right? Now, Jackie he wasn't a Crip. I think Jackie is a little bit older than the Crips, but he used to be real tight with Tookie, right? He used to work out. He used to buff with Tookie, right? And Jackie used to make tacos. And he was saying how Tookie used to get at him about the tacos. He was like, "Come on, Jackie, cuz. Hook it up with them tacos, cuz. Don't nobody make them tacos like you, cuz. Come on, Jackie, cuz." So when we seen that interview after that, Simple used to always get at me like, "Come on, Freeze, cuz. You got to hook up that broccoli and that rice and corn, cuz. Can't nobody make it like you, Freeze, cuz. Come on, cuz." Man, I miss my bro. But yeah, that used to crack me up when he used to say that shit. But that broccoli and that rice and that corn, man, I used to hook that shit up. How you made the rice, broccoli, and corn? I just put it in a skillet and I cook it with butter. You know what I mean? Of course, I make the rice separately. Boil the rice and I'll cook the broccoli and the corn. I'll just put it all together in a skillet and cook it with butter. Then mix that shit up, season it a little bit, just a little bit. You ain't even really got to season it that much. And man, fire. Fire. I ain't gonna lie, talking about it make me want some. Even though if I had some in front of me, I probably wouldn't even eat it. But talking about it sound real good. But that's just how, like, I guess that's just the difference between living to eat and eating to live. Because when you eat to live, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad would say, when you're eating to live, like, the taste of food is like secondary. The taste doesn't determine what you eat. The benefits of the food is what determines what you eat. And that's just the zone that I'm in right now. Like, I eat what I eat because of the benefits of it first and the taste of it second, and I just be seeing certain things now and I be like, I can't do it. That's just like when I was coming through the airport, man, on the way back. I like y'all seen, I flew into Costa Rica, and then I flew from Costa Rica to Orlando, then from Orlando, to Arizona. And like when I'm going through these airports, it was times where I'd be hungry because, I can't cook. I normally cook for myself, but I can't cook at the airport. So I would see certain like little snacks that I would eat in times past, and I couldn't do it. Like, but that's the good thing about me because I do intermittent fasting. Like, it's not hard for me to go without food. I don't like to go without food because I like to, be consistent with how I eat. But if I got to go like a day or so without food or something, then, I'll be all right. It ain't going to be like so hard for me to do. Like, man, I got to eat something. Man, they got them chips over there, man. Let me get them chips, man. Like, I got to eat something, man. Like, all they got is burgers right here, man. I got to eat something. Let me get this burger. Like, nah, I'm going to just be hungry. I'm going to be hungry, man. Yes, sir. Long live Sinful to P, you dig? Is it wrong to ask you to speak on the videos of you since Dankian lied in the grocery store? Oh, you saying since? I think you meant to say sin. You talking about me, Danky, and Clyde in the grocery store. Freeze, you like KT Foreign? Yeah, KT Foreign is cool. Yeah, KT Foreign, he's a good artist, but he got some songs that I like too. But it's just when it comes to talking about this game, man, it's just hard for me to appreciate certain people because they talk about it. They mix a lot of other shit in with the game. It don't be just pure the game, you know what I mean? KT Foreign is cool though. He got some good shit. He's talented. I'll give him that. "34-hour water fast." Yeah, man. I think I told y'all I did a 5-day fast. 5-day, I guess you could say, water fast. When I first got to Colombia, well, I started the fast in Costa Rica, and I continued it in Colombia. But the first 5 days of October, I did a 5-day fast. And it was cool, man. Like, fasting is very cool, man. So I think I told y'all this already, but what I think I'm going to start doing now is doing a 5-day fast every 6 months. So I did from October 1st to October 5th. And, 6 months from that will be April 1st to April 5th. So I think that's what I'm going to start doing now. Every April and October, which is every 6 months, I'm going to do a 5-day fast. And it's a good feeling, man. And it's good for your body in a lot of ways, man. What would you grade Pimp Snooki's Pimpin'? I saw his documentary on here and I was just curious. Well, about Pimp Snooki, he would get an F. And I can't even call him Pimp Snooki. I'll just say Snooki. He would get an F because, and you probably think the F stands for failure or fail, but no, the F stands for federale. You dig? Because Snooki, by his own admission, got down with them people, in his words, and it was a real treat to get down with them people, in his words. So yeah, Snooki would get an F. F for federale. You dig? So yeah, that's that. Yeah, he gets an F. And see, he openly admitted that, but as time has went on, and I learned certain things about how the feds work and how people get down in the feds and with the feds and all that type of stuff, man, it's probably a lot of stuff that Snooki has done that we don't know about and probably never will know about. I'm talking about some atrocious things, man. But just the fact that he got down with them people, in his words, as he said, not cool. As Mac Dre would say, we don't like broke bitches. We don't like brown weed. We don't like no snitches. Got the police on high speed. Yeah. I'm like Mac Dre, man. I don't like broke bitches. I don't like brown weed. I don't even like green weed. I don't like weed at all. You know what I mean? But I don't like no. I don't like broke bitches. I don't like brown weed, and I don't like no snitches that got the police on high speed. You dig? Yeah, man. Do you lose muscle from fasting? Uh, you probably do lose a little muscle. You're gonna definitely lose more fat than muscle. But it depends on what you're doing too during the fast. You probably don't want to. It's good. That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that because while you're fasting, you probably don't want to do what I did. Now, during my 5-day fast, I think I was either 2 or 3 days into the fast. I went to the gym and lifted heavy on the weights. Right now, my energy was cool, so that's not the problem. The problem is when you like 2 or 3 days into a fast and you go to lift heavy weights, your body is going to go to your muscles for the energy as opposed to the fat. Because when you're doing something like with high intensity, like weightlifting, and it's real strenuous and it takes a lot out of you, your body is going to go to your muscle first for the energy, as opposed to if you're doing something low intensity, like just walking or just normal, day-to-day stuff, your body will go to the fat for the energy. So you definitely don't want to do like I did, like I said, and lift heavy weights during a fast. You'll have the energy to do it, so it won't be very difficult for you to do it. At least it wasn't for me. Like, I was able to do it with no problem, even though I hadn't eaten for like 2 or 3 days. But it's going deplete some of your muscle if you do that. So yeah, while you're doing a 5-day fast or just an extended fast period, you don't want to lift heavy weights and you don't want to do anything high intensity, like anything like real strenuous. Yeah, so yeah, you don't want to do that. What are your thoughts on men in the game getting their women pregnant? Hey, we human beings just like everybody else. You know what I mean? It's a myth that I'm surprised is still even alive. I don't even know how this myth is still being perpetuated, but there's a myth that, pimps don't, get intimate with they 304s, with they ladies, man, and shit. Who else you gonna be intimate with? And sometimes when you get intimate with people, things happen. And when things happen, they result in kids sometimes. So again, just like who else is a pimp gonna get intimate with besides his ladies? Who else is a pimp gonna have kids with besides his ladies? You know what I mean? I know a few pimps that don't have no kids, but most pimps I know do have kids. And a lot of pimps I know got a lot of kids. It's a lot of pimps that I know that got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 kids. You know what I mean? It's a lot of pimps like that. They got a lot of kids. They got 10 plus kids. So that's just a part of life, man. And whoever frowns upon that or speaks against that, they not really of the game. Because if you of the game, you understand that that's just a part of life. It's a part of the game. You know what I mean? P's have kids with they 304s, with they ladies, man. When Foot say, what can you bring to the table, what you tell her, because they all feel, because they feel all we bring to the table is a ride to the POA. I don't know if you meant to say ride to the play. I think that's what you meant to say. But and this is the analogy that I usually give for questions like that, right? The pimping is the establishment, meaning the pimping does the hiring because the pimping is the establishment, right? So because the pimping does the hiring and the pimping is the establishment, that means the pimping is doing the interviewing, right? Similar to a Walmart or a Target or, you know, any corporation that's, you know, doing the hiring. Now, have you ever heard of a square in an interview? Like, just imagine somebody on an interview at Target, right? And they asking the manager that's interviewing them at Target, or whoever, the superior person at Target that's interviewing them, like me. Let's hypothetically say I'm on an interview at Target, right? They interviewing me, and I asked them, "What do y'all bring to the table?" You think I'm gonna get the job? Hell no. They gonna look at me like, "You bring to the table? What you mean? We are the table." Like, what do you mean? What do we bring to the table? Like, we giving you a seat at the table. If you get through this interview and we like you, like, what you mean? Unless I'm like distinguishedly qualified in a way that they just really want me bad. If I ask a question like that 9 times out of 10, I'm not getting a job. So on the same token, I'm not letting no broad ask me what I bring to the table, right? Because, again, back to Target, right? Target is a well-established entity that extensive research can be done on to figure out whether or not you want to even apply for a job at this entity, right? So on the same token, hey, man, it's 2025. A broad can do all the research necessary on the pimping to figure out if she wants a position at his establishment with him, right? So by the time she makes it to the interview, her mind should already be made up. And it's on her to prove herself to the pimping for him to make his mind up on whether or not he want to accept her, right? That's how that's supposed to go. Me, I ain't never let no broad interview me about nothing. You know, of course, there's certain things that you won't know unless you become a part of the program. But the basics, as far as, you know, what it's going to take for you to determine whether or not you want to be over here, you could figure that out for yourself if you just intentional about it and care enough to figure that out. And if you don't care enough to figure that out and you got to ask me, what do I bring to the table? Why are you even sitting down with me? If you, like, just think about that. If a broad is asking you, the pimping, what do you bring to the table? If she has to ask that question, why is she even sitting down with you? If she hasn't already determined that for herself, if she hasn't even already determined, you know, okay, this is who I want to get with. If she's still thinking about it, she got questions in her mind and you got to convince her and all that type of shit. Man, bump that. I'm not doing all that. It's, you know, especially like me in particular, but even, you know, especially me, because there's so much about me on the internet, and bitch, you know, you gonna find some things about me that you gonna hear this gonna be very disturbing. And if you leave it at that and believe that, then, you know, you're gonna be scared of me. But if you look further to figure out how true certain things are and how much of a lie certain things are, then you'll figure out, okay, that was some bullshit. I seen that. Okay, I figured out that was a lie. Okay, I figured out this shit was a lie. Now let's keep going. Okay, damn, this truth right here about him is, I love that. Okay, he did this too. He's this type of person. Okay, I love that. With me, a broad ain't got no business asking me what I bring to the table at all. For real though. You know what I mean? There's too much information about me on the internet for a broad to ask me a question like that. But even if you're not somebody that's well known like me, you know, if you are a participant in the game, you know, your campaign should precede you. How you do your thing with your students, that should precede you. And, you know, between social media, and even if you ain't on social media, like if you outside and you active and, you know, people know who your peoples is and they see how they move and they see how well taken care of they are and all of that, you know what I mean? And, you know, how highly they speak of you, then you ain't got no business asking me what I bring to the table. You see the product of my work every day. What do you mean? What are you bringing to the table? Because I don't know nothing about you. And even if I do know something about you, you know what I mean? Your emotions change more often than your underwear and your socks. So what I know about you, you know, isn't going to guarantee how you are with me. So, you know, first of all, you're going to have to bring that fee to the table. I'm not bringing you no fee. And then that's the thing, too. You know, cats be letting chicks get away with that type of stuff. They be letting chicks get away with asking them questions like that, and they ain't even got no money. You know, and if they do, it's only a little bit of money. Like, you ain't even got like a whole fee. Like, you probably barely got like a respectable day's trap. And you asking me what I bring to the table. You ain't got a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of. Your wig is crooked and all this type of shit. You got, you know, 3 out of 10 nails missing on your hands. And, you know, you need a fill on top of that for the nails that is still there. And, you know, your elbows is ashy and you know, you got face tats and all this type of shit. And you asking me what I bring to the table. Like, bitch, you need to go. No. Hell no. You know what I mean? That's the problem with the game now. You know what I mean? Cats be letting these bras get away with murder, man. Hell no. What I bring to the table. You know, knock it off. Bitch, I am the table. What you mean? They don't understand the discipline and structure we give them. Also knowing that with discipline and self-control, that's how you keep the money. Right. You know what I mean? And see, like, it's just so much wrong with that question. And to be honest with you, when I hear a question like that, it gives me the vibe of something for nothing. You know, I just get that something for nothing energy from a question like that. You know, how am I going to benefit without being beneficial? That's what I get from that. How is this going to benefit me without me being beneficial? That's what I get from that. Because, see, when you're a beneficial individual, you're not just going to be ready to just throw that at any and everybody. I mean, some bras will, but you're not worried about, you know, what somebody is bringing to the table because, one, you done already made your mind up because you done did your research and you done figured out what you need to figure out to make your mind up. And then, two, you know, you value yourself. And because you value yourself, you're not just going to throw that at any and everybody and you don't see any value with this individual. Like I said, it's just so much wrong with that question, man. I can't go for it, you know what I mean? Like the old song, I can't go for that, no. You know what I mean? I can't go for that. Okay, I understand now. Yeah. I appreciate you, Church, dropping them gems. Excuse me. It's always good to chop up game. You get different perspectives. I salute you. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. You know, that's why we chop up game. That's why we kick up game, man. Because, like you said, them different perspectives, man, help you get a well-rounded understanding of this shit, man. And I'm gonna tell you another problem with that question, right? Where it stems from. It's really a square ass question. It's really a girlfriend looking for a boyfriend ass question, right? Because in the square world, the man is the provider of you know everything. The man is usually the breadwinner, right? Now in today's times, it's different with a lot of situations because you got a lot of women that are financially independent, but you got a lot of women that ain't really worth shit. It'd be different if they don't really bring home the bacon like that, but they cook, they clean, they cater. They treat their man the way he's supposed to be treated. But you got bras that be feeling entitled to shit. Not only do they not know how to cook, they don't want to know how to cook. They don't know how to clean and don't want to know how to clean and feel like they shouldn't have to clean. That's just like the whole what's dude's name? Akash Singh. I think that's how you say his name. The comedian dude. Little situation he got with his broad. He really a high powered trick and married really that's all that was, you know what I mean? Old girl just married a regular. But that's like that type of situation. He was so mesmerized by how the broad looked. And she probably, asking him what you bring to the table and all that type of shit. Meanwhile, that bitch don't cook, she don't clean, she don't do none of that. She probably nasty as hell too. You know what I mean? Probably got panties and bras everywhere and all that type of shit. He probably cleaning up after the broad and, cooking for her, whatever, you know what I mean? But you see in that situation, he's the provider. And that's how a lot of square situations are. The man is the provider. So the woman is asking the man, like what you bring to the table, for me to commit myself to you and all this sort of type of shit. Because a woman is trying to secure, her comfort and, her desires and all that type of shit. So she wants to know what you bring to the table so that she can secure whatever it is that she wants with you. She wants to know that, okay, he's going to be able to provide this way, that way, and a third. But see, the pimping, we bring game and guidance to the table. That's the main thing that a host should be looking for. Game and guidance. In a square relationship, they not looking for game and guidance. They looking for a provider. So it makes sense for a square woman to ask a man that she's, that's courting her, she thinking about getting with, asking him what he brings to the table. That makes sense. But for the pimping, for a broad to ask the pimping what he bring to the table, you know what I mean? Bitch, I might not have nothing as far as like monetarily or possessions. I might be sleeping in my car right now. I might got 2 outfits that I change between, and wash every other day. I might got 1 pair of shoes. I might not even know how I'm going to eat today. But I got this game and this guidance, though, bitch, that you're not going to get from nobody else. See, with this game and this guidance, we can create the situation. Whatever situation we want, We can create that. So if you want to know what I'm bringing to the table as far as that, it sounds like you looking for something for nothing. It sounds like you looking for how you can benefit without being beneficial. It sounds like you ain't never hold up for nothing in your life. That's what it sounds like. And don't have no plans to either. It sounds like you looking for a bailout. You looking for somebody to take care of your ass and while you pretend to be a 304 and see how long that lasts. See how long you could get away with pretending to be a 304 while you bird feeding the pimp and all that type of shit. Hell no. That's a rookie mistake for a pimp to go for a broad like that. Hell no. I got guidance and I got game. And if you pay attention to my situation, you see what my game and my guidance does for people. So either you want this game and this guidance to do the same thing for you, or maybe even greater, depending on your efforts and your intentions, or you want a boyfriend or a husband or something like that. And I can't provide that. I don't bring that to the table. So, you know what I mean? You're going to have to go to a different table because what you looking for to be at the table, you know, pimping ain't bringing that shit to the table. You know what I mean? So you're going to have to go somewhere else and get what you're looking for because it ain't at this table. You know, but that's really what that is, man. You know, right. Like Paint Love say it's a thirsty question. It really is. You know what I mean? But even more so than thirsty is just a square question. That speaks volumes about, you know, what type of female that is in the game. Not much of a 304. Very much of a square. Because a 304 want the game and the guidance. Like I say, situations, you know, like if she wants somebody that's bringing certain, you know, monetary or material things to the table, that individual might, you know, like let's just say a guy goes for that, right? Let's just say you got a chick, you know, interviewing with a guy that's supposed to be some pimping, and she asks him, what do you bring to the table? And he goes for that bullshit, right? And he says, oh man, you know, I got this business, or I'm investing this way, and I live over here, and I drive this, and I wear this, and I wear that. And he's just breaking down to her all the shit that he brings to the table. That's cool, but that don't mean that he pimped for it. So it's just all the more clear that she's not looking for no pimping. When a broad asks that question, she's not looking for no pimping. Because a real 304, she will choose a pimp with nothing if she know he got the game and the guidance that she's looking for. He might not have shit. I done been chose with nothing. I'd have been chose with no car, no place to live, 1.5 outfits, nothing. I'd have been chose like that. And pimped up and changed the situation quick. So that bring to the table shit, that shit don't mean nothing. A bitch gonna miss her blessing like that. And mess around and choose a curse like that. Because again, you know, this dude, he might have all the material shit that she looking for, but he might not have an ounce of pimping with him. He might not have any game or any guidance. He might not even know the first thing to do with a 304. He might not know how to assess her and say, okay, she belongs in a strip club, or she belongs over here, or she belongs over there. You know, he might not even know how to, you know, size her up and ask her the right questions to figure out, you know, what she's good at and what she, you know, what she ain't suitable for, so that he could properly send her the right way. He might not even know how to get to the bottom of that. You know what I mean? It's a lot of dudes. It's a lot of chicks that I've had, right? And all they might know is the internet. They might not know nothing else but posting ads. I'll get even more specific, right? I've had a lot of white girls who all they know how to do is post ads. And all the dudes that they messed with before, since they came posting ads, the dudes kept them on that same program posting ads. And they did cool. They got some decent numbers. But then when they come across some pimping for real, I figure out, okay, bitch, you got personality. You got a hell of a walk. I'm going to dress you up like this and I'm going to lace you like that and I'm going to send you over here to do some way bigger shit than what you was doing on that internet. And she excited. She like, hell yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. Everybody else, they just let me keep doing what I came doing. You about to show me something new? Oh, hell yeah, I'm with it. That's the difference between some pimping and just these dudes, man. But I'm that same guy that was able to do that with nothing as I was when I had everything. Either way, I'm the same pimp. I'm the same pimp with nothing as I am with everything. The same pimp. I don't get no magical pimp powers because I got material items and shit like that. And then I lose these magical pimp powers when I lose the items and the materials and the money. No, I'm the same pimp. I did it once, I could do it again. I just need the right 304s. That's it. So all that bring to the table shit, man, fuck all that. Like, that shit don't mean nothing. Right. A real one wouldn't even entertain that question. For real. Interview might be over with after that. What I bring to the table, bitch, you ain't ready for what I bring to the table. You just let me know that you're not ready. You can't even utilize what I bring to the table just by asking that question. The shit that I bring to the table is in your face and you don't even see it. It's right here smacking you. It's popping you in the face and you don't even see it. What I bring to the table. You don't even see it. So, yeah. How would Freeze be if you was a square? Like, how do you maneuver through all the BS like these goofy ass questions? Well, on the same token, right? Did a 304 should be able to, understand who she's talking to and what she's talking to before she even gets to talking to him. The pimping kind of can do the same thing, but I'll be real, a lot of times, especially if you outside and you like getting at women face to face as opposed to just on the internet. Me, I don't really like, especially in today's times. Nowadays, I really don't. I mean, I've never really been the type to slide in nobody's DM or inbox, but now I probably would never do that shit. Now, chicks still get in my DM and my inbox, and we could go from there. But even with that, it's so much that you can like figure out, very quickly. But the thing is, like how you said, navigate through all the the BS with these types of questions. You just got to know what you want. You just got to be intentional, man. When you know what you want and you intentional, the red flags just pop up real quick and easily. When you know what you want and you're intentional, the more intentional you are, the more vivid the red flags. But when you don't know what you want and you're not so intentional, a red flag might be right in your face and you don't even see it. Right? So that's just like me. You know, when I was younger in the game and I used to drink, I'd have had several red flags that was, you know, terrible with the alcohol. But because I drink too, I might not be as bad as her, but I drink. So no big deal. You know, my outlook is different now than it was back then, but back then I had the outlook like, you know, at least she ain't doing powder, at least she ain't popping pills, or at least she ain't, you know, doing crystal or nothing like that. Alcohol ain't so bad. See, that's another form of brainwashing that we have as Americans, right? Uh, we think that because something is legal, that it's good and it's okay and it's acceptable. But alcohol kills just as many people as all that other shit. Alcohol is just as lethal as all that other shit. It's just as bad for you as all that other shit. It ruins lives just like all that other stuff. You know, it wrecks homes, wrecks relationships, ruins connections, ruins opportunities. Alcohol does that just like everything else. Only difference is alcohol is legal. You could go to a store and buy it, plus tax. The government benefits from it. They benefit from the other shit too, but it's just under the table. But that's a whole different conversation. But, you know, that's how I thought back then. You know, I used to think that because, you know, you can't go to jail for purchasing and drinking alcohol, that is cool. You know? And plus, you know, because it's so acceptable, you know, it makes it more acceptable when so many people drink it. So many of your favorite celebrities and family members and just, you know, everybody drinks alcohol, so it just seems cool. But me understanding what I understand now, man, that shit is straight poison. That shit is straight up poison. You know what I mean? So now I can see the red flag that I didn't see when I was drinking the poison because I thought it was cool because you can legally purchase it in America. I'm thinking it's cool. I didn't see the red flags as easily as I can now. Right? So that's just one example. But if you that type of person, you know, that indulges in certain things like the broad do, then you might not be able to see the red flags so fast. You know, or you might not be able to see the potential for a red flag that's not a red flag now but can evolve into one. You know? And then some cats create red flags in bras that wasn't there in the first place. Some cats introduce chicks to shit that's a red flag. Some cats provoke a red flag out of a chick. You know, some cats put bras in positions that, you know, they never thought they would be in. If you know, squeezes a red flag out of them. You know what I mean? So, but you know, back to the intentions though. When you're intentional, man, the more intentional you are, the easier it is to spot what you want and have what you want. Oh shit. Mac Jew, good looking with the $5 holla once again. Since you lost weight while overseas, do you still fit into your suits? I ain't even put a suit on since I've been back. So I don't know. I know they probably fit a little different, but I'm gonna get that right back though. I ain't even tripping. This little weight loss that I done had is temporary. You know what I mean? Pim finna be right back. I mean, I ain't skinny or nothing, but I'm obviously smaller than I was. But about to be right back, swole. But yeah, if they don't, I mean, I don't know how well they fit, or you know, I don't know. like I said, I ain't put nothing on since I've been back. But good looking though. Appreciate you. It takes a discerning, wise person to provide guidance. Too many ignorant ones trying to lead. Yeah, it's too many cats that don't have none of that about them. They ain't got no discernment, no wisdom, none of that. But hey, we're here. Joshua says, but what if she been with a BF pimping and don't have the right understanding of what true pimping is and how to properly see game when it's in front of her? I mean, you can make a small effort to break things down to her and see how she bites on it. And if she bites on it accordingly, then it might be some hope for her, and you might could, deprogram and reprogram. But I feel bad for a lot of these young chicks, man, because even the chicks that's like in their mid to early 20s, they just come up in a time where they're programmed to be stupid. And I feel bad even for the kids that's growing up right now. I be seeing more and more videos of teachers quitting their jobs, especially high school teachers. I see more and more videos of high school teachers quitting their jobs because they so frustrated with the kids because they don't know how to read and write. They getting all the answers from ChatGPT. They don't have no critical thinking skills. They just, they can't figure things out on their own. So these is the people that's growing up to be everything. Not only 304s, but lawyers, doctors, nurses, police officers, mailmen, trash men, women, all of that. The whole the whole wave is it's a whole entire wave of young people coming into adulthood that don't know how to do nothing on their own. If they don't have ChatGPT or Gemini or any one of them types of things, or Grok or whoever, they are assed out. They are stuck. Hey man, it's so many young people that I've met from Phoenix, Arizona, or just Arizona period, born and raised, and they might be like in their early 20s, and they don't know their way around a town that they've been living in their whole life. They need the GPS. They need a map to get everywhere. And I'm not even from here. And I know my way around the whole Maricopa County, Pinal County, like especially Maricopa. I know my way around this whole shit. You know what I mean? But it's so many young people that they will get lost if they don't have a device. They don't know how to get nowhere. They don't know the freeways. And Arizona don't even have that many freeways. Not nearly compared to California. And, they will get lost. You've been in this town for your whole life. And you don't even know how to get. If you from the west side, you don't know your way around the east side. And if you from the south side, you don't know your way around the west side. And all that type of shit. And you barely know your way around the south side where you from. You only know this neighborhood of the south side, but down there on the south side, you don't know nothing about over there. And if you had to go over there, you're going to get lost if you ain't got a device. That shit is crazy. But, I'm not blaming them. This is the world. This is the era that they inherited this. They didn't ask for this. They didn't create this. They inherited this. This is what was given to them. They didn't have really much of a different choice. It's just the world that they was born into. So, you know, it's scary because, hey, man, I just got to be all the way real, man. A lot of these young bras they just airheads. They are extremely slow mentally. But again, like I said, it ain't their fault. I can't even be mad at them because they didn't make themselves that way. They were made to be that way. But they just be so like, and then the cold thing is like when they don't know shit and think they know everything. That's the times that we in right now. These young chicks, not just the chicks, just young people, period. Especially anybody born after 2000. They don't know shit and think they know everything. And I'm not saying, don't think I'm talking about every last one of y'all. Because I know it's few sprinkles of y'all in there that got some sense. I know that. I'm not saying every last person, but the majority of people born in this millennium, they just don't know how to do shit. For real, like, can't remember nothing. You know how many kids I know that don't know their own address that they've been living at their whole life? That shit is crazy. I know because I be having to get on my kids about shit like that. You know what I mean? They done got better now that they getting older, but when they was like 11, 12, shit like that, they don't know their own address. They don't know nobody's birthday. Not my birthday, not their mom's birthday. These young people don't be knowing shit. And, you know I'm not the only older person that sees this shit, but it's like, don't nobody give a damn. They just gonna let them continue to be stupid. I guess as long as they can work a job and pay taxes and buy things and pay bills and shit like that, that's all that matter. They ain't got to be smart. They ain't got to be great. They ain't got to be critical thinkers. You know, they could be zombies as long as they know how to, like I said, they know how to pay taxes, work a job, pay bills. That's all that matter. And do drugs and drink alcohol, smoke tobacco. As long as they know how to do that, that's all we need. That's a productive enough member of society for me. You know what I mean? That's all we need. But that shit is crazy though, man. I know it's a lot of these chicks probably in they early and mid 20s that don't know the shit that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Young people don't even know how old their parents are. That shit crazy. I've always known my parents' birthdays, how old they are, when they was born. I've always known that shit. And that shit was like common. I know I'm not the only person from my era that was like that. Like, that shit was like normal shit. These kids don't be knowing their parents' birthdays. They don't be knowing how old their parents is. Man, that shit crazy. They don't know nobody's birthday. Their sisters and brothers, if they got them, they don't know their birthday. They don't know their grandma's birthday. You know, they don't know nobody's address. They've been going back and forth to their grandma's house their whole life and still need the GPS to get there. Shit crazy, man. It's not funny. I'm laughing, man, but it really ain't funny, though. It's really not funny. It's really scary. And the scariest part of it all is it's only getting worse. Like I said, these people in their 20s is stupid already. The kids right now, the people that's kids right now, oh my goodness, it's scary to imagine them as adults. They ain't gonna know how to do shit. Man, that shit is scary, man. Knowing that these are gonna be your police officers, these are gonna be your judges, these are gonna be your lawyers and doctors. Man, these is gonna be the people in society these gonna be your politicians. Shit crazy, man. But But yeah, back to the question though, man. You know, you can try to figure out if she's receptive to the game. Like you said, she might not have never been encountered no real pimping. So she don't even really know what it is or what to look for, any of that. You know what I mean? You could try to open her eyes, but I wouldn't try too hard. I just throw a little niblet out there, see how she bite on it, and if she bite on it the right way, then maybe it might be some hope, but I wouldn't give it too much effort. Right, I feel bad for the youth in general, for real, man, because like they didn't ask for this shit, and they didn't make it this way, you know. So I feel real bad for them. Have you heard of Kane, Dwayne, or King Gus? And are they respected in game like yourself and Simple to P? Kane the Wayne, I don't know who that is. King Gus, if you talking about the same person that I think you talking about, I know who that is. And yeah, he's known and respected in the game. Gus is. But the other individual, I'm not sure who that is. They getting too much game from the internet. Too many 304s have a voice on the internet and be misleading some true foots who trying to come in the game the proper way. Yeah, man. But you know that, like I say, man, it ain't really their fault. It's just, the way things are, man. Everybody is just, programmed to be stupid. More dirt roads. They feel safe in Uber cars with no driver. That's real. Ed, what's up with you, man? Ed McAllister, bless his freeze. When are you going to make an appearance on Andre Taylor's Remnant? I don't know. It would definitely be a pleasure, though. They don't even know their own phone number. I didn't even mention that, but that's real. Hey, it's so many chicks that got to look in their phone to tell somebody their phone number. That's crazy. And they probably been having that number for months or however long. It's crazy. The one thing my kids did have memorized when they was little was their mom's phone number. But she changed the number because she had that number before they was born, before I even met her. But then she changed that number, probably when they was like, they was probably about 9 and 10 years old when she changed that number. And she been having the same number now for some years, about 6-7 years, but they probably don't even know what that number is. They probably don't even have that number memorized. Me, I've had the same number their entire lives. I've had this number their whole life. And they probably don't even know my number by heart. And they should know each other's phone numbers because their numbers is 1 digit apart from each other. Like both my son and my daughter, both of their phone numbers is the exact same except for the last digit. And it's one up from, like, one is the 1 digit and the other number is the next digit up. So they phone numbers is, like, hypothetically speaking, if one's number ends with a 1, the other one's number ends with a 2. So, other than that, the rest of the phone numbers are the same. So they should know, and they've had those numbers. Damn, I'm trying to remember when I got them their first phones. They've been having them numbers for a long time. I want to say a good 7 years. I hope they got it. I'm going to ask their ass tomorrow, too. That made me want to ask their ass tomorrow. What's your phone? What's your sister's phone number? What's your brother's phone number? Oh man. They ain't never had no different phone numbers. Ever since they got phones, they've been having the same numbers. So technology got them lazy. Weed smoking and vape heads, yeah. They don't even understand me. Hey, it's crazy. Speaking of the vapes, so my daughter, man, last year, you know, because that's one thing about me. I ain't one of them type of parents is, you know, going to try to scare, bully my kids into telling me the truth. I just make them feel comfortable with me, you know, and comfortable so that they could share whatever they need to share with me, and they don't have to be scared like they gonna get in trouble or I'm gonna do something to them or punish them some type of way. You know, my kids know they could talk to me about anything. But my daughter, she let me know that she was vaping. And then I showed her a picture of some lungs. I showed her some different pictures of lungs, smokers' lungs. I don't know if y'all ever looked at some smokers' lungs, but boy, that shit look crazy. If you look at some smokers' lungs and compare them to some healthy lungs, whew, I don't know how that shit won't scare anybody out of smoking. That shit would scare me. If I was a smoker and I seen them smoker lungs, I'd be cool. But I don't know. I'm different. I give a damn about my health. You know what I mean? Some people just like feeling good no matter what. But yeah, I showed my daughter them lungs, man, and I think that worked. I hope it worked. 'Cause she admitted to me that, you know, she had been vaping with her friends, but these days, whenever I ask her, you know, if she still be vaping, she tells me no. I want to believe she's telling the truth. But I know how kids are, though, so I don't know. But to me, vaping is worse than cigarettes. What makes them so much worse than cigarettes is the fact that they're so pleasant. Cigarettes are very unpleasant. So, you know, the smell of them and all of that, I don't know the taste of them. I ain't never smoked a cigarette ever in my life. But they probably taste nasty, too. Matter of fact, I done kissed a bitch before when I was real, real young. When I was real, real young, I done kissed a bitch that smoked cigarettes before. And if cigarettes taste anything like that bitch breath, boy, sheesh. Cigarettes taste nasty. And man. But they be wanting to rob and say that they the pimping, trying to guide the foots and can't even guide themselves. Yeah, a lot of dudes need guidance they damn self. That's a fact. Man, Freeze, depending on the time of day, anywhere I'm at in the world, it takes me once or twice, and I don't need GPS no more. See, Chris, you like me. And see, I even know people my age and older than me that can't get nowhere without a GPS. And I think that when they were younger, before we just had GPSs in our pocket, they weren't like that. But they became like that when devices became like that, and they became dependent on those devices. It's certain people I know that, like I said, they my age and older, and they can't get nowhere without GPS. But see, me, I think what saved me and what helped me be the way that I am, see, and I think I might have showed y'all this before. Let me see. But this is what made me, I guess you could say, fascinated with maps. See, this is the Thomas Guide. And you know what's crazy? My pops used to have this same exact Thomas Guide, 1994. I remember the color of it and everything, and it was for LA and Orange counties. So my pops always kept one of these in the car, right? When I was a kid. And see if it show you the inside. See how I got all these maps? Now, I can't see where this is. Oh, it's upside down. I can't tell where that's at. It's upside down. It looked like this might be San Pedro or something. I don't know. But anyway, right? You see how I got all the streets and everything like that? At the back of the Thomas Guide is this. Now, this is the index, right? This index has every street in LA and Orange County, right? Every street. So if we was ever on a long ride somewhere, me and my brother, we would sit in the back seat and we'll just look at the Thomas Guide all, because we ain't got TVs in the cars back then. We don't have phones or nothing, cell phones with the internet and all that shit back then. We talking about the 90s. So this was our entertainment. We in the back seat looking at the Thomas Guide. You know what I mean? And even sometimes we'll be sitting at the house. We just looking at the Thomas Guide, looking at all the streets. And then this will tell you which page to go to find which street, so it was through these Thomas Guides that before I was even old enough to drive, I already knew my way around the whole LA County and Orange County before I could even drive, because looking at these maps all damn day, every day. So before I could even drive, I already knew where Pomona was, Pasadena, Inglewood, Anaheim. I already knew where all that shit was before I could even drive, because I used to look at these maps all the damn time. And that just stuck with me even when I went to different states, in different cities in different states. Like, I knew how to read maps already. So the first thing I do is look at the map of the city. If I go to Denver, I look at the map of the whole city of Denver. Okay, that's the east side, that's the west side. This street takes you from the east side to the west side. This street takes you from the north side to the south side. Okay, cool. This is where this is where that is. You know what I mean? This is downtown. That, I learn my way around like that whenever I go to a new city. Now, most cities I go to, I know my way around. Like Florida, South Florida, I know my way around all of South Florida. Speaking of Denver, I know my way around Denver. Dallas and Houston, I know my way pretty good around them areas. New Orleans, pretty good. Chicago, pretty good. New York, especially Manhattan. I know Manhattan very well. And I ain't even been to Manhattan in like 15 years, but I still know Manhattan very well. Manhattan is very easy to learn. Yeah, man, but that's because I know how to read maps, and even if it wasn't the Thomas Guide, Pops used to have the Atlas maps too. This is the big map that you unfold. The big ass map that you unfold. See, this is the Atlas. Or this might not be an atlas, but it's something like it. Yeah, see, this is something like an atlas map. You know what I mean? unfold the shit and it shows you a whole city or a whole state or the whole country. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's how I learned my way around with freeways and all that shit. You know, cross country highways, you know. And then I was a young cross country pimp, you know what I mean, before we had, you know, GPSs. Back then they had when I was first getting in the game, they had some shit, what was that shit called, man? What was them little GPS things called? It was a little GPS thing that you could stick on your dashboard, man. I forget what that shit is called. Me and P. Wine was talking about that shit not too long ago too. What the hell was that shit called? I forgot. But yeah, that, like I said, that's just, and then like by the time we start having GPS on our phones, I was so used to like reading maps, even still right now. Like I pulled a map up on my phone. Like, let me see. Let's see. I'm gonna show y'all what I do when I'm going somewhere, right? Let's look up a map of Miami. Okay. So here's Miami, right? Damn. What the hell happened? Okay, like, so this is Miami right here, right? Now, let's say these Flow Miami apartments. Let's say I'm right here, right? I'm at the Flow Miami apartments, which is like down, might even be in Brickell, right? Because Brickell is downtown. I'm right here, and I want to go to, what is this? McDonald Water Park. This is how I do. I don't click on 250 feet and make a right. Like, I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? I look at the directions like this. And every once in a while, I might get lost. But sometimes I like getting lost because I discover new shit. You know, like you might think that it's as simple as, oh, go to this street and then this is Okeechobee. Go down Okeechobee. Then once you get to 27th Avenue, go up, whoop-de-whoop. You might think it's as simple as that, but when you go to driving that shit, because the GPS ain't telling you where to go, you might come up to this street, but it's a one-way, and you can't go down that street because it's a one-way. Or it might be like a divider or something where you can't continue down that street. It ends right there. You got to go back around. You know, I be getting lost like that, but it only happened one time. And then, like I said, I figure out new shit. I'll figure out a shortcut how to get somewhere, or I might figure out a store that I like or something like that, or a restaurant that I like or something. You know, sometimes it's cool to get lost. You might find some cool shit in the process. But that's what I do. You know what I mean? I don't let the GPS, you know I'm a pimp, man. GPS ain't finna give me no instructions, man. I get a bitch instructions. GPS bitch, you know what I mean? Serious shit, man. The bitch tried to tell me which way to go and all that shit, man. I'm a pimp, man. Bitch ain't give me no damn instructions, man. Trying to tell me make a left, make a right. No, bitch, you make a left and you make a right around this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Hell no. Man, you know, they try to give pimp instructions every which way I turn. You know what I mean? 1 minute, you know what I mean? You know, the broad trying to give me instructions. Next minute, GPS trying to give me instructions. I ain't taking no damn instructions from none of y'all. Oh, man. But yeah, man. Like I said, man, I know some people 50 years old. If it wasn't for GPS, they would be completely lost in the sauce. Leader Don says street numbers, even or odd numbers, and high and low numbers tells you a lot about directions and travel. See, Lee, a lot of people don't know that. Like, you know, when it comes to addresses, in most places, you got even numbers on one side, odd numbers on the other side. And, you know, if it's like that on one street in a particular city, then the rest of the city is like that. That's just like, I ain't been to Long Beach. You know, that's where I'm from, but I ain't been to Long Beach in, probably a couple years. But I know that in Long Beach, on streets that run north-south, the odd numbers are on the west side of the street. The even numbers are on the east side of the street. In streets that run east-west, the odd numbers are on the north side of the street. The even numbers are on the south side of the street. Now, different cities is different. You know what I mean? The odds and evens might be on the opposite side of the street and shit like that. But I just know my city, you know, odds on the west, evens on the east, odds on the north, evens on the south. You know what I mean? But a lot of people don't know that type of shit. Also understanding the difference between lanes, streets, boulevards, avenues, etc. Exactly. That's just like Phoenix, man. Phoenix is like one of the easiest cities to learn your way around. You know, the way the streets is set up in Phoenix, it kind of remind me of the Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palmdale. Because it's like it's so simple. Like in Lancaster, Palmdale, you have number streets on the east side and number streets on the west. It's like two different sets of number streets. You have 5th Street East, 5th Street West, 20th Street East, 20th Street West, so on and so forth in the Antelope Valley, right? And then that's on the east and the west sides. And then starting from north, going all the way to the south, because Lancaster is on the north, and you go all the way to the south, Palmdale and all of that, it's letters like Avenue A, Avenue B, Avenue C, Avenue D, all the way to Avenue Z. You know what I mean? So the Antelope Valley, and it's people that don't know their way around the Antelope Valley. That's one of the easiest places to learn. It's people born and raised up there, born and raised in Lancaster that don't know their way around Palmdale. Born and raised in Palmdale don't know their way around Lancaster. Or they born and raised on the east side of Palmdale, don't know their way around the west side. Born and raised on the west side of Lancaster, but don't know their way around the east side. And it's so easy. It's the same shit on the east side as it is the west side. Just like it's a 20th Street West, it's a 20th Street East. It's a 30th Street West, it's a 30th Street East. Man, there's people that will still get lost in Lancaster and Palmdale. And that's why I look at people that's from Phoenix crazy how they could get lost, because Phoenix is a similar thing, except the Antelope Valley probably might be a little bit easier to learn than Phoenix, because they got letters going from the north to the south and they got numbers going east and west. The difference in Phoenix is you have avenue numbers on the west side and street numbers on the east side. So going east, you got 7th Avenue, going east, you got 7th Street, 16th Street, 24th Street, 32nd Street, 44th Street, all the way down. On the west side, you have 7th Avenue, 19th Avenue, 27th Avenue, 35th Avenue, 43rd Avenue, and it goes all the way down that way. You know, so it's but people still will get lost. I don't know how they do it, man. Like, to me, Phoenix is one of the easiest. Like, when I first started going to Phoenix, I seen how easy it was to learn my way around. I'm like, oh, this is simple. Relates to occultism and gang culture to some degree. If you get lost in Lancaster, you just lost. For real though, man. Lancaster is so easy to learn your way around, man. It's so easy because, you know, if you're going west, you know, okay, the west number streets increase as I go that way, or they decrease if I go that way. The alphabet goes up if I go that way. The alphabet numbers go down if I go that way. It's so easy, man. But people still get lost in Lancaster. They need a GPS to go across the street. So I agree with you, man. If you get lost in Lancaster, you just lost. Something wrong with you. Even the highway system across the United States tell you directions you're going. Right. It's easy, man. But yeah, man. It don't even seem like we've been live 4 hours, but we have chopping some good game, man. It has been a very pleasant treat, as always, to chop game with y'all, man. Hey, listen, if you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, please do me a favor and wipe your feet off stepping out of a pimp's domain. We had 185 likes, man. It'll be nice to get to 200 likes before we get up out of here in the next few minutes, man. And I appreciate you in advance. But yeah, man, as always, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. I appreciate all the comments, questions, input, jokes, feedback, all that good stuff. I appreciate you for sharing this video. I appreciate you for subscribing. I appreciate you for hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support in every which way that you comes with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freezes it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And of course, as always, long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.